Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I'm your host down in Crypto TA. Bitcoin, the little bit of a liquidity grab, it seems like yesterday. I posted an update on Bitcoin, kind of moved some things around here. I initially was looking for price to get down here into the golden pocket for a long position. Not really sure if that's going to be the move right now. In my update last night, what I was looking at was the 4 hour range, and I could see how important that 4 hour range was really starting to get. The 4 hour range is just this zone right in here. So I indicated on the possibility of a liquidity sweep of this low here, and then a push back up, and potentially a breakout of here and into around that 110 marker. Not really sure what this was about last night when we did get this little wick move to the upside here, but I can see, like I said, the momentum is rising within here, and so we really want to hold here versus getting down here. Now we can still get a move down to this point and still bounce away. We would probably have to chop here for a little bit. It wouldn't, in my opinion, I wouldn't expect for it to be an SFP of like there is nothing to really SFP here, but I just really wouldn't expect for it to be a V-shaped recovery. A V-shaped recovery. I will look forward to chopping here because we would have to wait for a couple of things to reset. But the 4 hour, it's not looking too. It's not really looking too good in my opinion. It could be better. It's giving some signs of exhaustion here on the 4 hour time frame. So like I said, where we are here with the low of the range in here, and let me turn on the EMA ribbons here. So we are here around about this low in here. You can see we have the 26 here. So we want to be able to hold here and not start to flip these ribbons back down. We start to flip these ribbons back down. We are still, if you're watching the channel, we are still being mindful of the possibility of a move down to about 97.5 to 95. We're keeping that open as a possibility because the market can do whatever it chooses to do. But if we do manage to hold in here, maybe like I said, just a sweep and go, then I'd be looking for prices to get up here around that 110. We didn't quite even hit the 108 even with this liquidity grab here. So I mean that's Bitcoin pretty much at a crossroad. Yeah. And this looks weird anyway. And just delete that. All right, so nothing really, even if I zoom out here on the larger time frames, I don't see anything. Just a major resistance here from the lows. And let me look back at some of the previous. Okay, so that was a previous resistance zone. All right, so that was a previous resistance zone there. And then the one there, and then the one further up. Okay, so it makes sense with the lows in here too. It was our previous support area that is now possibly flipped into resistance. The daily still looks fine. We could still do that pullback here, maybe even put in some bullish divergence here on the daily time frame. That is another thing that we could be looking at happening here. We haven't quite made it back down here to this trend line, which is, what you really want to see when you're looking for a move up is to not fully make it back to the trend line. But we're definitely at resistance. We just need to keep our eyes on that 104,400. We'll just say 104,400 for now for Bitcoin. All right, let me see Ethereum here. ETH's done pretty well with holding within the range once it reclaimed it yesterday. Actually, on Sunday, it's done very well with holding it. So when we got the pullback on ETH, we just simply back tested the range low in here, and so this looks pretty decent in here for Ethereum. The range is no longer relevant, but I am still using it just to mark out the strength coming from Ethereum. So that's pretty decent right there. I cannot say that we have the same thing happening with Solana. Let's see here. So you can see about where where our high is coming around this 26 EMA here at 36.85. So that could continue to act as some sort of resistance. We really do want to see Ethereum get back above the range break here more than anything. Just want to see it get back above this range break, but this could act as resistance. So no real updates here for Ethereum at the moment. Everything basically looks the same. Any sort of a push down, I still be looking here at this zone right here, just return here. If this zone, not necessarily looking down here just yet towards this 200, and just keep it here around the 60 EMA, and where we have the volume is. So we do want to see it continue to be able to pull back up above this volume zone. Now let me just look at and see if anything in here has actually changed. Okay. Nope. Okay, so that's still our second largest volume node right here, where we have the volume over price target here, where we swept that liquidity at right here. And so yes, we do want to be able to get above the trend line break from the pattern formation here. Solana not performing as well. You can see Solana has failed to reclaim the range and has actually been rejecting from there. So not showing as much strength, period. Not even, obviously, we've taken a look a few times at Solana versus Ethereum and also Solana versus Bitcoin, and it's not looking the greatest at the moment. At some point that will turn around and we will see Solana get a nice corrective move back to the upside. But at the moment, all signs point to the downside for Sol. The same thing with Solana, as I was discussing with Ethereum for the most part, is, you have the 26 EMA here, which price needs to get back above. We actually want to see it reclaim inside this ascending channel that I have plotted here on the chart. So you want to see this low here be reclaimed, holding where it has some really large volume at. So nice volume here over price. Also have a 60 EMA here. Or is this this is the 120. My bad. This is the 120 here for Solana. So this is the 60 here. So I want to get back above the 60, and then this is 200 down here. So let me just double check and make sure, because I have the settings a little bit different. Let me see. That's correct. Yep, 60. Yep, 60 here, 120 here, and I have my notes over here, and then the 200 here. So it is the 120 right here. So we want to see price get back above the 60 EMA and back inside this range. If it's going to show any sort of strength, that is what we would be looking for here for Sol. In the meantime, I mean, it's just an attempt to hold this area here. Volume is pretty much like everything else. Where we did see some nice participation come in last week. Kind of slow for starters this week. It's just Monday. We had the little weekend move, and it's just Monday. It's also a bank holiday, so not sure how much that's going to affect traditional market, which is open by the way today. Traditional market is open today. It's just a bank holiday, so. We could also still see a little lack of participation today, especially from big money. All right, USDT dominance here is holding the range in here. Just the opposite, inverse to Bitcoin actually here. And like I said, nothing is actually broken here so far. No momentum breaks or anything like that for USDT dominance on the daily. So we could see a breakdown here of this trend line. That'd be great for Bitcoin. That would be the first break of momentum here. So I just continue to watch that because if not, you know, like I said, Bitcoin then could be looking to break the low of the range, absolutely lose it and drop, to those lower targets. Or, like I said, it could also respect that golden pocket. It could, which would just be a back test of that monthly pivot. Um, but I mean, we really be pushing the envelope if we did start to flip those ribbons back to the downside. So critical level around where we're sitting at right now for Bitcoin. Let's see here. Just gonna keep moving here, get into a few stonks while I'm here. All right, so Meta just kind of hit a wall. Let me just zoom out here a little bit here. All right, so just kind of hit a flat top in here. You can see it's actually the resistance here. So that's just what we've been pausing out here at the moment. It still looks really good to me on I think it was the 4-hour time frame that I was looking at for it. Um, no, it's the 1 hour. The 1 hour. I'm actually liking this 1 hour time frame. If we can hold and get this push outside of this cloud, that'd be great. It is the first interaction for the 1 hour time frame with price action at least since we got this sell off over here. So I really do like I like this. I like this part. And I have it set for after hours market data. We did fill in that little gap there yesterday. We looked at the fact that it did manage to hold here on the back test of the trend line break there. So like I said, if we can just maintain within here, um, then I would be looking forward to this breaking out and getting back up here towards the 650. I know Meta really needs to flip the 650 in order to be at a place where we could see some sort of a squeeze higher above 650, but likely price will gravitate to that 650 there. It is a point of gravitation. So we're underneath one of the other levels, which is at 630 at the moment. We'll see if we can't hold in here and get that breakout here. And let me see what this would look like with uh, the EMAs. Having a hard time seeing. Okay. So, yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It looks like we probably want to hold where we're at right now around this 630. So we want to get back above that 630. We get back above this 630, it will be a gravitational point up here to the 650. So that's what I'm watching for. Move back here to the 650. Let me see what my notes are in here. Um, and some of this has changed. Strike prices not, but the some of the other information that I have in here that has changed. Okay. All right. So Netflix did pretty well yesterday. It is still above the range, so that's a good thing here. A little bit of slight pullback here, and I'm using the 16-hour chart. So just a slight pullback here. Let me zoom it out. I don't want to go too far out. Let's see if there's anything significant in here. Nothing at all. Looks like it could be, the double bottom or something like that. We'll see. This is where I am looking for prices to target at the moment. It's going to be this 1144. I think I discussed that yesterday. I'll put this back on the 16. I think I discussed that yesterday. That is what I'm looking for. If we do start to see price get above this 1173, it could be bullish. It could be bullish. Now, price would come up and have to deal with, if we did get prices up here and we managed to hold here as support and push up. This could be a little bit of resistance, but back above this 1173 is a great place for Netflix, and I'll be looking for higher. I'd actually be looking for us to see if we can get back up here around this 1405 here. But right now, first target is going to be this 1144. We just get to that 1144 and hold this 1102 here as support. That's the move right now. That is the move right now. And if we break down, this is a 50% retracement that we got to bounce off of. Must have turned that off yesterday. I would probably actually look down here towards this 940. Just say, yeah, towards this 940. That's actually where I would start to look. You do have the golden pocket in here, and you do have previous highs in here. Um, but I would gravitate towards this 940 on a any. I mean, that would have to be a real sell off, right? Have to be a serious sell off to see prices down here around this 940. But that is what I would gravitate towards if the worst come to happen here for Netflix. But right now, Netflix looks good. It looks pretty good. Pretty good. Computer's starting to slow down on me a little bit here. Let's see. All right, so gold, what we've been looking at here for the past couple of days on gold. I guess it's been maybe a week that we've been looking at this on gold, looking for that move up here to get above to get above here, and we're almost actually there. So now I was looking for prices to get above here, and this is how we kind of map this out. And so it's just taking a little bit of time. It's taking a little bit of time, since we've been looking at it. And we'll see if we get the rejection just above here. If we get the rejection just above here and reject from the highs, from the lows in here. And if so, if that happens, then I'll be looking for us to break this low here. So see break a structure, change of structure, change of character, whatever we're going to be here. Break below this low. Then I'll be looking for prices to get down into here, which is that 3602 to about 3388, something like that. But if we don't reject, then this was this is just a higher low here on the daily time frame, and then prices continue to make that move to the upside. Right now, I'm leaning towards some sort of exhaustion here, just a little bit, and a corrective move down. Um, Amazon, it's been rejecting here around this 250 mark here. Oh boy. If we're not managing to break out of this zone in here, then I would look for Amazon price to get down here towards the yellow box here, towards the yellow zone, down here where I have the 207 at. This is what I would be looking for. If this is going to be a rejection point at this 250, around this 250 here, then I think that we come back down, revisit this trend line, actually break it that time, and then I would be looking for prices to get somewhere down in here to this box. That is what I am. That is what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking. If we break out, of course, we'd be looking for much higher targets in here. Maybe about let me see actually. See what I'm looking at here. That's what I was leaning towards saying, but I guess I would have to say about 270 if we do manage to break above this 250. Right now 250 is a rather strong area of interest, and yeah, it's a pretty strong area of interest here. So if we do manage to break above this 250 here, clean break above 250 and treat it as support, then I would say about 270. That would be the next target in here, about 270. Likely rejection, and then a pushback down below this 250 though. That would be the thing. Now this is something that I'm thinking probably would be on the table for about the next 2 months coming in. I think we're about, let me see, how far out are we? Chart. Yeah, actually, it's 1 month, 21 days. So we'll see how that goes over the next 2 months here. See if prices won't manage to make its way back down there. That's what I'm thinking here on this 3 month chart. That could end up being the target down here where we have this trend line here within that time span. So far, consider this your resistance point here. That's 250. All right, so Google Did pretty good yesterday. Nice little push up here. Starting to get a little bit of a rejection in here. As long as it continues to hold here within this range, I think it's pretty good. I did move these around a little bit in case you haven't noticed. I did move these, change these lines in here to fit a higher time frame bias. I think I was looking at may have been looking at the weekly. That may be what I was looking at, but the target that I'm aiming for, I'm just trying to kind of see how this is going to work. Apparently, there is some unusual whale activity around this 335 point here, so I just put a little pin up there around that 335. See if that's a target that Google is looking to reach. I did when I looked out here on the monthly time frame. This looks really good on the monthly time frame. I think in terms of the monthly time frame, price would have to get below this point here. Around this 267 is what price would have to get below on the monthly time frame. Based on the weekly, as long as it's staying within this range right here, be looking for a break to the upside. Look for a break above this 296 or a break below this 281, which will change as next week comes in. Potentially that could change if we're not continuing to go sideways and be flat, then it will change. But in the meantime, as long as it is above this 281, then I'd be looking for prices to get the break above this 296. Once we see this break outside of here, nice strong break outside of here with some volume, I would really start to pay a lot more attention to that 235. Yeah, this is really nice. Really nice. You could tell how strong the price action is once you just really zoom out. You can tell how nice and strong this price action is. You start to break above that mother bar we have right here, because these two are inside bars at the moment, so we'll start to break outside of that. We get that push up above here. That high was 291.59, so 292. This looks pretty good. Looks really good. I'll put that back. 2 hour. I have not taken any position in anything that I'm talking about so far, with the exception of Meta. Everything else, if I have it, which I don't have any Google at the moment, NVIDIA is going to be spot. Meta is the only thing that I'm using a little bit of leverage trading. Everything else, I'm interested. And I did have a Netflix position, but I've sold out of that Netflix position. And this is just looking at gold on a lower time frame here, just something that we were watching for, because it was within this little wedgie structure. We got the breakdown and we kept hitting it as a rejection point here on the lows. Got a little small reaction here yesterday, and then nonetheless it broke above. And like I said, we're almost above these highs over here, looking to see if we get into here, if we're going to see that rejection. And what I am going to do here is just the body right here. Let's see how that manifests. All right, so NVIDIA played out this position fully, and look at where we were talking about, the 200. I don't know how long they're going to keep us pinned between this 180 and that that 200. They'll keep us pinned here at least until they break down to that next level. And the next one is going to be around 175. If we're putting in a lower high here on this 4 hour time frame, if we're not managing to break outside of that 200, if we do break outside of that 200, I'll be looking at that 210 as a magnet. But they could keep prices pinned within here for a while. Right now, that worked out, which is the second option. You can see I put the X over the first option. The first option did not work, and I kind of started to feel, not really sure if this one right here is going to work out, but this was the other one that was highlighted before we got to this price point. But like I said, I am spot on Nvidia, so this is just all entertainment for me. This part, because I didn't take a position on it. I'm mainly focused on Meta at the moment. So I'm not trading Nvidia. I've been in Nvidia for a long time now, for a while now. Just spot back holding. But it's nice to see that worked out, and we finally made it up here to the 200. And anyone who just might be interested in knowing, this was the first option here, was around the 50, just as it reads over here, just some of the confluence that came in here for the 50. But you can't tell on this. It did actually bounce away from it, and then it just completely nuked down through it. And I realized something too, which is, yeah, I don't have to get into that. Just something that I realized here. But that's done. That's done. If anybody got interested in taking it, that's done for me. The 200. If it does anything more, then congratulations. Like I said, I'll be looking for that 210. Let's see in here. So we have been getting the rejection around here. You can see where I put the resistance point here, and I think I put that from this daily here. Yeah, I did it off of this candle right here on the daily time frame. I did also. Did I move these? I may have. No, I didn't. These are the same. These are the same since. Yeah, these are the same. It's like, whoa, wait, did I move something in here? I have not gone through to put in the targets to the downside just yet, but you can see them here, 120 and 200. For any reason we start to see price come back down and break here, this is going to be a magnet here, this 120, because we didn't hit it. We didn't quite tap into it. We came into 120, but that low ended up being 120.71. Yeah, 120.71 and not 120 even, which is fine, which is fine. But if we do start to, if we're not getting the momentum, the strength to break above this 136.80 here, we start to come back down here towards this trend line in here. I would start to look here around this 120. We do still have the measure move that's in here from this. If I know why those lines are not showing. Okay, I guess I blocked them. I said that I would delete this idea if we got above here. So far, we haven't. So it's still going to remain in play for me to see if we can make this measure target here, which end up being slightly below this 120. My next buy entry will be here at the $100 mark here for Robinhood. If we're heading for some lower, that's what it will be. It's really starting to look like it's broadening some kind of way, like a megaphone or something like that. So if I just, geez. I don't really care to cut through. I'm gonna stretch this out and see. But right now, yeah, it looks a little bit like it's broadening. Let's see if that is the case or not. But that's what I'm getting from it. Megaphone vibes. What else do I have in here? I need to look at circle. These were the 2 points of entry that I highlighted on the stream yesterday. I actually looked at this over the weekend, so it just kind of stood out to me. And you can see that we're trying to hold it right here. At the moment, we got the rejection when we tried to get this break up. I know that they are reporting earnings here soon. Let's see. Okay, so got earnings coming up for Circle. I probably will really wait until that earnings happen. I am spot long on Circle, and I have shared that I am down because I did a DCA strategy into it, so I am slightly down on it. And the target down below is somewhere around $80. You know, so just be aware of that. If there's a oopsie here on earnings, I would be looking for price to get down around that $80 mark, $80 to $75. Okay, just so you know that head and shoulder um, target is down here around 85. So it's already showing us the way. It's already showing us the way. And with some sort of a break to the upside, I probably look for it to come into resistance here, which would just be a back test of the lows, a back test of the neckline breakdown, the breaking point here. As long as we're holding here at the moment, then I'm going to be looking for up. We start to break here, then I'm going to start looking for the targets down here. But as long as we're holding here, then I'll be looking somewhere in here, around this low here of this dynamic cloud, around 116, all the way up here to this neckline for Circle. All right, something else I was watching as well. I know that Beyond Meat did an earnings yesterday. Just looking at this chart here, and it is at a place where you really want to see a price hold. If you're in Beyond Meat, I think that Beyond Meat has a fighting chance, especially if I can see it continuing to hold here. So it's not touching any of the candles at the moment, the way I have it drawn out here. But that target is 107. So as long as it's holding above this 107, it is putting in a higher low here on this 4-hour time frame. And I'm looking for Beyond Meat to get another pushback here to the upside. The earnings wasn't terrible. It wasn't missed, but it wasn't bad. And I don't know. Like I said, I think that it's at a pretty great place if it holds here. Let's see. Because this looks like a bottom, like this could be a bottom here based on my chart analysis. So I'd be looking for probably back, say about $7, something like that. Let's see. Yeah, that's about 7, maybe even $10 if it's holding in here. Now it is a tight range in here. I can see that. You can see how we're not getting any higher than, let's just say, we'll actually go off of this right here. These last couple of candles in here. So it is in a tight range, which means Bollinger Band's probably a tight right in here, since you can see the chop there. And I can actually just turn those on and take a look at it. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, it's in slightly lower than what I'm looking at, but nonetheless, you can see that it is a tight range in here, really tight. So some sort of an explosive move is expected to take place here. For Beyond Me. And the way I'm seeing it again is as long as it's holding above this low here, 107, chances are that it's breaking to the upside. And like I said, about 7 to 10 would be the target for Beyond Meat. Let's see what it looks like EMA wise. Okay. Yeah. And just see here. Yeah. So we started to see an RSI 50 in here. And that could spell good news for Beyond Meat. So let me just highlight what I'm looking at. Don't shoot the messenger if you don't like it. Sorry. It's just, it's what I can see. Time for me to get a little weird, trying to make things line up. All right, so that's gonna be it for me there. Maybe a little resistance around, let's just say 4. Go ahead and add a lower target in here. I don't have a bunch of people whining. So 4, 7, 10. That's how it's gonna go. All right. Yeah, next target likely $2. Other thing in here I was looking at. So far I haven't checked back in. I'm not gonna look at so far Ion Q. I know I was looking at some things for Ion Q about 2 weeks ago, and I haven't actually looked back here at the chart. Um, do that like that. Okay. So Ion Q, we did manage to make it down here to the 50% retracement. I think at the time it was just here hitting this 50% in here. And I said, I'm going to wait for it to get down into here because it may have finished out 5 ways to the upside. And I was looking for, some sort of an ABC correction if that was what we're going to get in here. So right here about this 50 is what it did end up actually coming down here to. Let's see if it holds here around this 50. I was actually looking for it to get a little bit lower. I was leaning towards this golden pocket in here. But I still have not taken a position in this yet. I am still, like I said, still interested. I know I'm going to want to do it before it's too late. Let's see on the daily. Still rejecting around the 50% retracement here on the daily time frame. It's getting to a point where I'm going to have to make a decision about getting into it. So I guess if it does come back down to the low one more time around that 50%, then I guess I'll take a small entry into it. because it really does starting to look like it's at a place where I do want to make my entry if I'm going to get into it, and then look for a push back up here. Hmm. Or maybe I just miss out. I really want the golden pocket. So if it doesn't do the golden pocket, then oh well, I just don't get in on it. But that's what I'm looking for. I can see it putting in a little bit of bear divs here on the daily time frame as it in here. This triangle is just bear divs, which is creating the triangle for sure. So higher high there, lower high on price, higher high here, lower high on price action. So I'm just going to let this continue to do what it's doing. If it gets down into here and I see some sort of bullish divergence or something like that, then great, I will get in. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not really interested in a 50% retracement on this one. Not on this one. And see, the other thing I was checking out was Chime. So Chime I posted on last night. Actually, it wasn't even late last night. It was yesterday though. And I'm like, Chime is starting to look pretty good in here. Chime. So you see Chime had this moving average here, this moving average, this trend line that I put in here. So you see this trend line here, and you can see how price action was very deviated from this trend line, which is based on just these two touch points right here, the highest touch points. And now Chime has come back in to this trend line. That is bullish. That is bullish right here. So I'm liking Chime. I almost put in a buy order last night, but I did put in. I put in an after hours position. Actually, I had it closed at 9. I didn't put extended until until I cancel it. That is not what I selected, but I wouldn't have got hit anyway because I set it for $19. I think I set it for 19. It could have been 20, and if it was 20, then I would have definitely been hit. Um, I would have definitely been hit, but it couldn't have been 20 because I'm not in it, and it hit 19.99 as the low. And as long as it's actually holding above, like it could have wicked below that 1969, that would have been fine. But as long as it's above that 1969, it looks great. It looks great. Okay. It looks great. That's the start of seeing price action pushing to $25. That's the start of that. So Chime's looking pretty good. It is hitting a little bit of resistance. Apparently, you can see right there from those highs there. And I just put in the closest levels in here where I could see price potentially pushing back into, maybe finding some resistance, maybe flipping into some support. That's what I put on here. But this is nice. This is nice. Just, after a continuous move to the downside here, price has now come back into this point right here. And then if I take a look here, let's take a look at the QTD here. All right. The same would go for this. You can see it did, push up and get interaction with it here. Aside from that rejection point there, and it is now trading above it, which is usually a good sign. It's a good sign for some sort of a continuation move to the upside. So at this point, I'll be looking for it to stay above the dynamic cloud, whatever happens in the process of Chime price continuing to push up. RSI looks great too. It's at 70, so it is relative strength right now. So that's really nice. Really nice, really nice, really nice. And then the other thing too, let's take that away there and let's see, EMAs. All right, so yeah, you can see that it's hitting this. I just need to make sure that this number is correct. Let me see what number I have in here. Okay, so 200. It is hitting the 200 EMA right here as it got the little break out of the trend line here. Is hitting the 200 EMA here. This I am still feeling, I am feeling this so much. I'm really feeling this so much. So if it'll let me in, I don't want to get in here. I don't want to get in at the resistance, because at the resistance, that tells me that price can potentially pull back. There's really no perfect timing for getting in on this thing right here, because even if I buy in, let's just say it breaks above the 200, it can always come back down below it. It can always come back down below it, and then it's like I'm buying higher. So I told myself, if I can't get in, at a pullback price, then I just won't get in on this one. But I like this one. I like this one. This is nice. This is nice. And I looked at how it actually performs against the trend lines, and so I plotted all kinds of trend lines on it, in here. So all kinds of rays are in here. Just me looking at how it actually performs whenever it does break a trend line. So like this probably would have been the first one here. Break out, created another little pivot point in here, and back tested it. It didn't quite get above, and anyway, it's just a bunch. It's just a bunch of lines everywhere. Just me, just yeah, whatever. I try to make everything work. Everything. And this is based on a weekly right here. So this looks really good. It looks really good that it is above here. It is above here. It got this break out of this trend line, regardless if it comes back down here and wants to test back in here. Yeah, this is a nice flip of behavior right here. And like I said, $25 is what I'd be aiming for here on this thing next. Chime, 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 chime. Chime, chime, chime. And I think this was the only thing left that I wanted to look at. There was that chime. Apparently, this is no bueno anymore. Pfizer. I think I did look at coin. Apparently, not on this chart. Okay, yeah, I did look at it on this chart. We've actually been bouncing off of this support zone for quite a while here. Um, for uh, for Coinbase, we did um, we did break below one of our most recent monthly lows in here, and reclaimed and got this little small bounce in here. If we're continuing down, then I am looking down here towards the next monthly low here, and possibly back here into our actual zone. I know that this zone in here is 220 to 199, 220, 200, something like that. That's what I'm going to be looking at in here for coin. Let's see where I pulled this from. Yeah, so I pulled this off of this. Well, why does that look like it's off? May have something to do with where it's getting pulled from. And this looks like it's off too. Uh, anyway, coin is looking kind of rough. And then after this, I'm gonna look back over at the crypto market. Coin is looking quite rough. Maybe we can push back up here to this zone here. Maybe about 350 or something like that back here in this zone. And this zone is actually 343 to 368. And so maybe we just push back up into here. If not, then I would start to, they can keep prices pinned within here. They can. You can see how many times we've actually dropped down here into this low, day after day after day after day after day, back down here into this zone. Don't really know that we're going to lose this, but like I said, if we do start to lose this zone in here, then this is where I would start to look at down in here. Maybe this 235. If not 235, then I just have to assume an entire area in here could be anywhere. For coin, which I don't mind. I just buy me a little bit more. Buy me a little bit more. When I got it, I did get it from here. In fact, let me just pull a fib on this low here. And see that actually matches up okay. It's not bad. That matches up okay. So maybe it could front run that 235. This little low in here, it could front run that. Maybe look for something. This just looks like a great spot though. Looks like a great spot. We'll see how this goes. For coin, but right now I wouldn't be looking for it to make a higher high in here. I wouldn't look for it to make, take out one of these pivots in here about 350, like I said, something like that. Probably would make a lot more sense in here. All right, I'm gonna get rid of that. I love trend lines. Actually, I'm just gonna do it like this. Keep it simple. I guess if we're doing 350, then we're breaking this trend line. Maybe it's something I would have to move. Maybe. All right. All right, let's take a look back over here. Actually, let's take a look at Zcash. Okay, because I did post up on Zcash yesterday. I think I've already deleted all of those. Let's see, anything in here that I was looking at. It looks like I might have deleted a couple of things in here that I was looking at. I know that there was this break in here that happened. So price was somewhere around here. I had this daily level right here highlighted here. So this daily level in here was highlighted. We had a quick break below this momentum line in here, and a reclaim back up, and then you can see we started strapping with the previous daily low in here. Price managed to get back above it and did some sort of a quick move in here on it. But one of the things that I highlighted on is that Zcash was staying within the trap in here, and that you wanted to see price actually reclaim the standard deviation 1, so the SD1. So you can see that we're still in the trap here. So you can just drop a trend line here and tell that you're still in the trap. And the way the trap happens, for the most part, is when you get an expansion on your Bollingers and price starts to stay within a specific zone. So I may not still have those highlighted in here, and I do. And so price will start to stay within SD1 and SD2, which is considered to be the trap, which is how what I call it. I call it the trap. Okay. All right. And so you can see that we're still in here. Whatever this spike was here that took place, that pushed price into the 20 SMA, because that can be a rejection point, or you can reclaim above it, and then use each one of these as some sort of a resistance point, potential resistance point in here. But the way that this was postured down, it wouldn't have made sense anyway to think that it was actually going to break out of here. Everything was still postured to the downside, just some sort of quick grab of liquidity. I don't know what this was. Bitcoin had it too. It happened at the same time with Bitcoin. So what exchange is doing what at this point, I have no idea. But trend lines will tend to match up with this as well. So something I say is usually when you start to close back inside of SD2, momentum will start to show that it's trying to shift, and then that'll happen because you'll see your top Bollinger or your lower Bollinger start to curve, whichever direction. If price is trending down, you'd be looking for this to start to flip down and stop looking like, you would no longer want to see it looking like this, which is what it tends to look like when price has the potential of getting trapped in between these 2 points. That tends to happen. You'll see a spread. You'll see your candle. You get a strong push outside of your SD2. You get a strong push outside of your SD2. Possibly you'll reclaim right after that first push out, reclaim back in to back test your SD1, and then you'll start to range in between it. So that's kind of how I highlighted it with you yesterday when I was on stream, just explaining that you could see it continue to do this right here. All right. At least until it reclaims outside of this. So it's getting to a place now. It looks like it's starting to soften a little bit, especially when you see this dropping a little bit more. It's starting to soften in here. So now you could probably get a legit break of SD1, which is what we want to see, a legit break of SD1 coming off of this support level here. So I said you could see a potential setup here with an SFP of this daily low right here. So this was the next daily low that I would have been looking to in here. You didn't get the SFP, but the trend line, the momentum line in here, price is actually holding this one for the time being. If it starts to break this entire range between both of these blues again, and I did say this at one point already, this is the range of volatility for Zcash. This is the range of volatility it created, making this whole move to the upside here. Is this. So I remember looking at this and saying, let's see how it does. If it comes back into this zone, this line here, because it's creating this broadening. I'm like, somebody feels like, pretty sure most people probably salty as heck, felt like price was overvalued here for Zcash, and that's what happens when you see this pattern like this. That's what this pattern indicates, that the price of that asset is being viewed as overvalued. That's how the ascending broadening pattern gets formed. You're like, it should be down here, and bulls are like, it can go higher, and so it creates this bearish. It's typically a bearish pattern. This is a bearish pattern here, where you tend to see it break down below. I've seen the S&P 500 break up from it. I've seen Palantir break up from it. There have been a few that I have seen actually break to the upside of this pattern, but for the most part, most of the time, this actually breaks down. Not saying it's going to be the case for Zcash. I'm just saying most of the times bears win on this one and it gets the break to the downside. But this could be a point where we actually see a breakout right here. I went ahead and entered a position on this right here, and I know that I cut it if it doesn't look like it's going to hold through here. Um, if it doesn't, then I say bye bye. I say bye bye, and I let it go because this would be the next point here. And then, like I said, this entire range between both of these blues is the volatility range here for it. Um, that is the volatility range here until it decides it wants to break down from here. Then you would do a whole measured move for it, which would probably look something like, not saying that this is going to happen. I mean, I honestly don't. I don't know if people really feel, and I'm just going to take it from the top of the blue. I'm not going to go as high as it actually went to the low. It will be like that. And that's not going to happen, right? That's not happening. So it'll likely bounce somewhere in here because it's not going to do that. It's not going to do that. If anything, maybe it did this one here. Maybe it did something like this. Maybe it did something like this one and got the breakdown. Wherever that would be at. Maybe it did something like that. That would make sense. So, without violating this low in here, that would make sense. That would make a lot more sense. So, something to think about in the process. What I didn't post, I posted on, I actually put it in the comment section because I couldn't go back in and edit it, was I didn't put in the daily trap zone. So the daily was where price was trying to hold in here beforehand. So if I turn that one off. Where's the other one? Just put those together. Just make my life easier. So you can see that this is the trap zone that we were in here on the daily time frame and had been in this zone since the 27th of October. So you can see that here. Our price stayed within the trap here on the daily time frame. So that was that initial daily level that I had highlighted here on the chart. This one right here, that's where we lost. Price started to break below the trap here on the daily time frame. It was that daily. It's that daily that was sitting right here. It tried, but we're below it, which means that price can get gravitated down here towards this orange line in here. So the orange line, this next momentum line in here. But you can see why I'm saying to you, like, this is actually like the volatility range in here. I don't know what that looks like here on the 4 hour. Let me see. Oof. Yes. Not cute at all. Not cute at all. Because I mean, this isn't pushing up and out, and that's about the only nice thing I can say about this. This isn't pushing up and out. You know, this could start to be a high. This could start to be a high, and it could start to, once again, like I said, it could start to do that, or it just stays wherever it goes. Yeah, could start to do that. These can just continue their little journey down like that. keep price stuck in between. Uh, just saying. Might need to keep this on here for that very reason. This is going to end about 45 minutes though. Yep, about 45 minutes. So it's possible. This is about as low as it was getting in here, like basically coming back in here to back test with it, the 20 SMA here on the daily time frame. If it did, if actually it was before it got stuck in the trap, here. But once it got in there, it was in there. So if that starts to happen, if that, then this, then like I said, can break without taking out this low here. That's about a pretty good measurement, huh? That was about a pretty good measurement. What we highlighted in here. Yeah. Lots of room for volatility to the downside the way it pushed up. Sadness. Oh, I'm just trying not to. Never mind. Never mind here on Zcash. Zcash. But I'm gonna keep watching off of the 1 hour time frame. I would not zoom out to the 15-minute. 15-minute is gonna look something like this. You're not gonna know where you're at. You're not gonna know where you're at here on the 15-minute. But if you at least put it here on the 1 hour time frame, you can see the structure a lot cleaner, a lot clearer here. And this is the one I want to watch. And the reason why I drew it like that too is I want to omit this wick. And I wanted to omit that wick because that wick was very random. So just from the wick high here to the line body here, to the body, and leave it like that. Because otherwise, I mean, that could work too, looking for a break above the 50%, which, like I said, this could act as resistance. So, we got just put the line back in here. So 529, just back up here to the 20 SMA. That could act as resistance. If we do get the break above here, this could act as resistance. Maybe maybe come back and back test in here and then go. So if it does manage to get the break up, it could be something like that, and then come back in and back test it, and then be looking for a push into the next one right here. Could be like that. Um, I know this looks like crap right now. This, oh my gosh. This. How low did that go? 65. Yeah. And this looks like absolute garbage at this point. It actually started looking like garbage over the weekend, but it did do that one push up, with the target for the 91. It did do that. It did do this one right here. So it did do that. Where it got the break out of here, out of the trap here, and came back up. I didn't even, like I said, I didn't even target the low in here first target was 91. The second one I thought was possible was going to be the 107, but apparently even that didn't happen. The 107 didn't happen, but definitely, I knew it was a high probability of getting that 91 here at least. But when we zoom out on this, it just looks like, I mean, look at that. And I wanted it to reclaim some so it didn't look this terrible here on this frame, but that just looked awful. Now we can say that maybe price just comes back down somewhere around this 56. Let's even say 50. Okay, let's go as low as 50 and maintain through here. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. It's going to turn on all kinds of lines, but let me see if I have it in here already. I don't. So if I was looking at, I hate how sometimes it just doesn't click. It just doesn't click. So it could be something like that. It comes back into this line here. So that's somewhere around where this, yeah, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Just horrible. Horrible. Absolutely terrible. And then the monthly was looking even worse. But there's a lot of time left here in this month. There's a lot of time left here in this month. Okay. A lot of time left here in this month. Um, so, somewhere, like I said, around the 50, maybe. And then, it reclaims a lot of this candle wick right here, and it continues to stay within here for the push up. It looks trashy and scary at the moment, but that was a nice break out here. Won't say that this will start turning at any point until price actually closes back inside this 53. Price closes back inside the 53 on the monthly time frame. That'll start to change the momentum in here on this, and on the weekly time frame, 5 days on this. So that you can already see it starting to curve back in and not have that V shape anymore. It's starting to do one of these numbers right here. That's how you know. That's how you know. And basically, what that tells you too is the next push to the upside. Like if it closes within here on the weekly close, if it closes within here, the next time it gets a push up, then likely it won't push outside of SD2. It won't push outside of it. So that's going to indicate some sort of bearish divergence or bearish on volatility, something like that, will start to come into play. And then you'll be looking for that reversal on this, or another big correction on it, something like that. This one didn't even attempt to get a pushback out after it didn't. Just this shit sucks. And I cursed. It made me curse. It made me curse. I'm done looking at this chart. And so should you. Be done looking at it. Just find a time frame for you that makes things clear. Just find a time frame for you that makes things clear. It's much cleaner here on this 2 hour than it is on the one, but I'm gonna stick with the one because I just need that. I need that one. I need this 1 hour information here. I don't think the 30 is gonna go into. Yeah, I need the 1 hour it is for me on this. Take a look back over here at Bitcoin. Still holding. still holding. And here on this 15-minute time frame, it's just the same thing I was showing on the daily, on the 4-hour time frame, which is just that 4-hour range, which is just this part right here. This part right here. That's what that is here on this 15-minute time frame here for Bitcoin. What's the rest of the market looking like here? So pretty good amount of red in here. Pretty good amount of red. Let's take a look at near and ICP again. Take a look at those two. Also take a look at Litecoin as well. I mean, so we've already covered this on the privacy coins, Zcash Dash. Didn't actually look at let's see, what were the other ones in here? So you can see what Zen is looking like right now. And these were the two lines I plotted out yesterday. Neither one, well, this one right here isn't quite, yeah, I was looking to see if these highs in here could act as any sort of support, and no, they did not. It did not. It did not. And at the moment, it is trying to push up out of here, so that's pretty nice. I mean, your levels are going to be pretty clear. Like, you really want to see it get back above this trend line in here. So this momentum line here, where it got this breakdown here, this is this one here. You want to see that be reclaimed. This is the second attempt to break above here, so it might actually work this time. At resistance, potentially. This is coming from the 4-hour. Okay, so it held. It's kind of, yeah, it's trying to hold here as support, so that's pretty good. Trying to hold here as support. So that's not bad. It looks like it would come into resistance, trying to come back up. Yeah, I started to get interested. Like I said, once you start to lose your main fib levels in here, you want to see it be reclaimed, really, as support. But again, there really is no perfect time and no perfect strategy that's going to work for you. And closer to an invalidation by taking it a little lower in here, around about where it is, and then have a cut point. Have a cut point. Let's just say if we were assuming that this was going, that was the low. Let's just say we were assuming that was the low. No leverage. Low leverage. Yeah. And aim for it to get back in here, or at least back to the 618. That's 1641. If you had to drop it in, your risk to reward is going to be almost a 3-to-1. You could say that it slightly breaks above that to push for a 3-to-1, something like that. But I would definitely no leverage or very low leverage on this right here, because you do have to have room to be invalidated, and you don't start to get invalidated until much lower down. You don't actually have a point. So other than to put it all the way down here. Yeah, if it came back above this resistance right here, because this could be acting as resistance now, just like it did prior, since price did break through it. If it came back above here, started to dance on this high right here, then that's another way of deciding to take a long entry right here, and then of course that low would be your stop. You know, somewhere below that. I actually just liked where it was down here, to be honest. I just liked where it was down here. Of course, I wouldn't be doing that. Not unless I was absolutely no leverage, period. Then, you can have a wider stop on it. But it is in relative weakness, trying to get this move up. So can happen. Nice little, well, it's not necessarily a squeeze, just low volatility at the moment here on this one. A little bit of bullish divergence here on this 1 hour time frame. So not bad. A little bit of bullish divergence there. Looks like you catch some bear divs trying to come up, as it is putting in a little bit of bear divs right now. But it was doing that before. So it may be attempting to play out the bear div in here. Maybe attempting to play that out. So you do have a squeeze here on the BB percent here. You do have a squeeze down here. It could be worth the risk. It could be worth it. And just stop somewhere below the low. So if it is coming back down below this SD2, yeah, somewhere below this SD2, you want to have your stop down here. Seeing same thing over here with Monero. 2 hour probably looks a lot cleaner, and it does. I would probably be like above the lows in here is where I want to see it. Above these lows. Yep, basically a mean revert. A mean revert. Let me see what my account is looking like with that. BS dash. All right, I'm in the Zcash. No, yeah, I'm in the Zcash position right now. Might want to consider this. Let me actually put it on that chart. I could have sworn. Oh, the ticker is Zen. Zen. Zek. Okay. Zek. Mhm. Let's see what the chances on this are like. Pretty good so far. Pretty good so far. So you're invalidating bear divs at the moment, with the exception over here. But if it pushes up into here, then it could invalidate that. Something that could be nice. Clean swing, back up. Yeah, I'll be looking to target that 1450. Target that 1450 on this. You can see right here already, 13, somewhere here around this 1340 could be a first potential point of resistance, and then I've been looking at 1450 on it. See how Zcash rejected from the point right there. You can also see it rejected here, the RSI as well. So it must have tapped into this and rejected as well. No sort of bullish divergence in here, which is fine. It would be a push up, maybe bear div on a push up. Maybe that could be the case in here if it did happen here. Push up and bear div. Then a push back down. Looking forward to try to hold that support. Relative weakness at the moment. At the moment. Let me block this. I like this with the bull deals though. Let me go back to where my money is, and also check back in on Bitcoin. I can remove this Bollinger because I know I'm looking forward to break above here. And Bitcoin. Yeah. Bitcoin seems to be trying. Well, it seems to be holding pretty good along these lows in here. So that's a plus. That is a plus. Textbook price action at the moment. Where it's respecting the lows. Where it's respecting the lows and finding resistance at the highs. So very textbook at the moment. Hmm. Just check some things out here on the 4 hour time frame. I know that I took us over here to the 4 hour. I don't know if I took us over here to take a look at this. So here on the RSI, you can see how we did break. We broke that momentum stride in here, right here with this candle in here. We broke that. So if it flips back up above here, it could be a sign of strength. Kind of like far off from it at the moment. So it could be, yeah, far off at the moment. And the delta is just like no, it's not even giving any any hints of any changes whatsoever. It's like no, just no, no chop like it did in here. We had the white, the green, the white, the green, white, the green, the white, the green. It's just no, no love. All right, so I wanted to take a look at Litecoin and see what Litecoin has going on. So I'm gonna push back over here. Does look quite controlled to the downside. At least it's controlled at the moment. Okay. Looks a lot like Bitcoin, except it has a little bit more room. It's a little bit more sparing to the downside here. If it doesn't hold here and it does start to push down, I would say it could sweep the liquidity in here and then get a bounce back up, even if it's just for a lower high in here for Litecoin. That's possible. It's already broken down from this. The next one would be just looking here. Be something like that. Hopefully it would take a while for something like that to happen, if something like that happens, but that would depend on it losing this zone right here. Then, like I said, maybe a sweep in here and a bounce away could put in a lower high and then probably break down below that. Probably consider a back test on this trend line here at that point. On the daily, it looks like, yeah. So we do want to see it hold in here. No full flip in here, and I think we talked about this yesterday too. The idea was it didn't have a full flip to the upside here, which means that we can push up and out from here. And I think that's when I drew the fib to see like how close we were to coming into the 618, which it did not tap into so far, and that it could come back down just because it doesn't have a full flip. And then I gave examples on what that looked like, but it wasn't from. I mean, this is a great example of looking at it here from this. Just inverting the chart here to take a look at it. This would be a good example of something like that. Here. Let's see. What was I just looking at though? I didn't actually push too far. Okay, we'll use this right here as a good example right here. So how price is above specific moving averages in here, like the lower ones is above the lower ones in here. The lower ones all flip, and then it finally gets to a point where price action exceeds the point of the moving averages. So price action exceeds the move that the moving averages are able to do. So you can see the momentum starts to stall out here when price pushed above this moving average right here. These faster ones, they slowed down. They slowed down so much that they didn't cross over, and then price comes back and breaks down lower. But this is opposite because it's inverse chart, but inverse to just kind of get the idea of how that can work. Again, over here, you can push above a moving average. Like they can be resistance, and at times they're not. They're just showing you some sort of a deviation, and then price returns back into them, especially when they start to not be close together. And they're not close together. And just looking at this upside down, this would be something I'd be like, hey, we need to get above here, which in this case, we want to hold here. We don't want to actually come below here. So I would be saying we want to get above here. And if we're not managing to get above here, let me just flip this chart back around because it sounds crazy. We want to hold here. So we want to hold here. Even if we do break down below it, we want to make sure that we're not flipping these ribbons back to the downside. Red, white, and blue. That's the color. That's the numerical order, red, white, and blue. then green and purple. We've already had one back test here for Litecoin, so maybe this will hold, and we will start to see this one flip up above the purple. That put them all in. Well, have to worry about this noise, which is what you usually get from the red when you get a bunch of noise. It starts to get more serious for me when it starts to come to the 60, 26, 26, and then 60. But really, the 60 is a big deal for me. I depend on that one for actual reversals, the 60. And see, all of that is basically lining up with the 60. So, yeah. Let me turn that back on. Right there. Which is exactly what Bitcoin is rejecting on right now on the 15-minute time frame. Right here, Bitcoin is rejecting at the 60. All right, let me take a look here at. I mean, we already saw ICP. We called the rejection point here for ICP, which I know is down here somewhere. Yeah, which was here. But if it was going to get the break to the upside, we did put in a measured move that could be here for it. So it's on the 60 right now here for ICP. So we really do want to see it hold here. If you're looking for continuation to the upside, then this is going to be our holding point in here. This was the accumulation. Hold on. Let me make sure. Let me go out to a weekly. Okay, so this was the prior distribution point here for ICP. This is where ICP was ranging in between for a very, very, very long time until it finally broke the accumulation zone here prior to the October 10th dump off. And that's why I started to let it go. Actually, I let it go prior to this right here. It was actually around this candle right here where I took the loss on ICP because it was breaking this level for the first time. And it looked like a clear break was happening in here. So yeah, this is the distribution point in here that we're looking for price to actually hold at the moment for ICP if you're looking for higher on ICP, which if you consider this measured move here, and I think I did it from this point here, from this wick high to the low here of this sort of triangle formation here that is in where we got the rejection from here. That's the move to the upside if it's going to happen, which puts price here at the lows over here. All right, so that's the measured move for that here for ICP, but you do want to see it hold here. This is what, $6.40. So somewhere around the 640, you want to see price hold here. This was another good example of seeing price break out. The only way that this continues forward with the flipping of these ribbons in here is going to be if it can hold in here, because if it starts to come back down, not really good for it. Not really good for it. It would have some resistance in here as well around the 200 EMA also. So I was looking at that as well with you here. And then, of course, the previous times that it did get resistance here was what I shared last week. I think that was on Thursday or Friday here. Or whenever it was, we looked at it. It might have been then. But we looked at the fact that it had found resistance here around this blue zone. So even when it did get the little wick outside of this trend line here, that was a potential point of resistance in here, which I can slide this over. The target will remain the same, just so we can see this in here. I personally would want to see this hold as support. I want to see it hold as support the way it did over here. I would not want to see price come back below this point and get stuck here on this weekly time frame, because price was rejecting from here. And it could, if price drops below here and for some reason comes back down here to what was the accumulation zone here around this 460, then it could have a hard time trying to push back out here on ICP. So I really just don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. And even in here, it just kind of reads like it was a weak high for starters, a weak high. And I mean, RSI is neutral at the moment. Let me take that away for just a second here. Yeah, I mean, you really, like I said, you really do want to see it be able to hold here. You want to be able to see it hold here and not get, stuck underneath this distribution line or what was prior resistance. You don't want to see it get stuck back under here underneath this prior resistance if it is looking to actually get an expansion. if this is going to be a breakout. So far, it's been a failed breakout because it broke out of the out of SD1 and came directly clean back into it, like one big candle swoop. And like I said, you can tell it from here that it was a weak attempt at getting a Bollinger Band breakout. Unlike over here, how you can see it over here when it got the Bollinger Band breakout, how it had the squeeze. You even had that squeeze in here as well when that breakout happened. And it just, yeah, it's just strong, just strong. This breakout happened, whatever you want to say about this breakout happened from here, oof, from somewhat of open mouth Bollingers anyway. So the Bollingers were already spread apart here. They weren't compressed in here. And that tends to lead to a weak high because they were already out. And this was just, I don't know, they were already out. It made an attempt over here when they were squeezing together, but it didn't work. And so this so-called attempt happened with the mouth already open versus how this one had a closed mouth and then it got the breakout, a successful breakout. So this is your line in the sand right here for ICP. And I said I want to take a look at near. Which is basically just low volatility in here. And so it just has a clearly defined range at the moment between 320 and 206. So, or you can just depend upon this low right here. So somewhere between this 189 and this 347 is basically where near is ranging. So it's just in this range, up, down, up, down, up, down, until at some point one of these actually breaks. If I turn this off right now, and I could actually turn all of these off, but let me pull these out first and then my PC pick back up on me. And then I'm going to turn these off so I have this noise out of the way. It's kind of weird how I put these in here. I don't even know why I have this one here because that is like a few dollar difference. And I'm just going to take that away and just block this off. This is just the range right now. This is it for near. To the high, to the low, to the high, to the low, to the high, to the low, to the high, to the low. That's what we're looking at here for near. Okay, no bullish divergence except with the one exception that happened right here. May have actually had some slight bull dips in here. Let me see. Yeah, has some regular bullish divergence right here with the lower high on price action. Lower low on price action, higher low here on the RSI. So some some RBD, Arby's, some Arby's right here, regular, some hidden right there. Yeah, just I mean you can already see the read in here already. It had some sort of an attempt here where it had put in the hidden bullish divergence right here. Failed with the bear div. Failed with the bear div. Put in another bear div right here. And do we have more coffee? Yeah, hot coffee, please. Thank you. All right. So let's see if this put in a bear div. Did put in a bear div right there as well. So lower high on price action, higher high on the RSI. So yeah, we're just ranging sideways because we're putting in bear divs, putting in bullish divergence along with bear divs. We get one more bull div on here, then I would say that near looks great. Either one more bull div or no. I'm gonna just have to say one more bull div. And that could be a good plan for near. This is definitely a bear flag. And this is the time that everybody wants again right here, me myself included, because I'm holding near spot. This is the moment that we're all looking for right here, and we're just not getting it. Even at a point where it looks like we're gonna get it, we just don't get it, and it sucks. Okay, PC. Absolutely sucks. All right, so hitting the 60. Hitting the 60 and being rejected at the 60 EMA. I mean, of course, we have the lows in here, the prior lows that are there. So you can see the prior lows in here also. We need to get above. We want to stop chopping here. Change of behavior is going to be when we see at least one of, so far you can see how not a single one of these moving averages, not the 5, not the 10, has actually crossed above this 26. That would be a nice change of behavior here in momentum to see one of these close above this 26. That hasn't happened. These two have been crossing each other, the 5 and 10, which is a lot of noise in the chart, but not a single time that one of these actually crossed. It's putting in bottom. It's trying to put in some bottoming structure along this low in here. So we want to hold in here where we are, basically. Want to hold there for near. Bitcoin's just back at that 60 EMA. Let me see what else it was in here. Let me take a look at render. I haven't looked at render in a while. Looked at render in a long time. Render was my baby. I sold my render. I decided I wanted to not walk away with nothing. I held it for a long time. I TP'd every time I was in profit. I took out my initial investment. So I wanted to make sure I walked away with some money on it as well. So I haven't updated any of, and the ones that are already in here are good. Those are good for a lifetime of this asset. But there may be some new points in here that I could add that are not showing up in here for near chart. Some old stuff. Yes, remove. Yeah, I haven't looked at it in a long time. And this is getting rejected at the 10, so this is not good. This is like this would be equivalent to price action being in the trap on the Bollinger Bands right here. This, you take away this 10, this 5 right here. This 10 is like your standard deviation 1. So that's your standard deviation 1 on the Bollinger Band. See? That's your standard deviation 1 right there. So it's in the trap right here. So I don't like the way render looks at the moment. Not one bit do I like it. Not one bit. And I'm sure I have points down through here that I could take a look at. I would have to say, yeah, I'm just not interested at all. That is what that is. Easy peasy, easy peasy. And I state this, I reinstate this every time I'm here. So when you're using EMAs, you're going to find that your 10 EMA is going to be equivalent to your standard deviation 1 for your Bollinger Band. So a lot of times I will turn off that 5 and just focus on that 10. If I'm not using the Bollingers, I focus on that 10. And then your 26, which is why I like to use it, is also going to be as equivalent to your 20 SMA. So 26 EMA is going to be as equivalent to your 20 SMA. And then a lot of times your 60, it'll be like your standard deviation 2. All right. So I tend to use those 26 over 20 and 60 over 50. So let me just turn that back on. Let's just see. So you can see how this is a lot closer to your to your standard deviation 2 in here. It tends to run somewhere close to it. If it's not that, then it's going to be the standard deviation 1, but you really are usually on point using a 10 to measure out where you would probably be with your SD1. And then, like I said, the 26 will tend to run parallel to the 20 SMA. So you can see that right here. You can see that right here. $26 and 10. This does not look appealing, especially just seeing it get rejected there here at the 10, not getting back above the highs in here. So above resistance, good if it gets above the resistance, which I don't even need to draw a line for. Let's just say it gets back above. You can go because you did absolutely nothing for it. Back above your weekly level right here. So that's 291.14. So back above the weekly level here, 291.14 puts it back above these lows right here. I would want to buy into the resistance. If you're going to buy it, then I guess you want to buy it as it is attempting to hold here at the lows of the weekly average range here, which is 225. You probably want to buy it somewhere down in here. But I most certainly wouldn't be buying it here. And I would have strategic points in which if I was doing like an accumulation strategy, especially at this point in time. If I was doing accumulation strategy, it would not be at any other resistance point. It would be at support levels like the 225 right here. If it dropped in lower, then I would look to accumulate somewhere down here around these lows right here, 125. If it's going to continue to move down and you think that this thing has a chance to just straight recover, that's how I would do it. But most certainly wouldn't be buying into resistance. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, this would be it. This would be it. It never got to it yeah, it did make it to the return, but it rejected before it can even get to expansion. And I don't think any of this here matters anymore. And I'm gonna turn off everything else until it can even get out of this zone. This would probably be my high zone right there. And I'm just gonna do this here. So if I was looking to, I'm gonna leave this in the yellow. Be something like that, and then put that. I really could have just drawn a flat line for this. That's what you got here. Actually, let me put it on the top of that one little red candle right there. So if I thought it had a beautiful chance, I would buy a little bit here at the low here around 225. I wouldn't consider buying any more again until I was here, so let's just say if I put $100 in here, I'll probably put like 300 here, 2 to 3, something like that. But you have to double up to even keep your average costs closer to a point where you could at least break even to get out if it just goes completely south. And then you have to be able to double up again at this point here. You can't put 100 here and then put 100 here. I mean, you'd be somewhere in the center. Somewhere in the center. So I'm just saying. As an example. But I'm not really feeling this chart over here. Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Let's see what else there was. So Bitcoin is back at that 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame with that continuous rejection there off of the 60 at the moment. This is like the line in the sand right here. Once again, like we looked at it here with the lows in here. On the 1 hour time frame, it's going to be right through here. On the 15-minute, I mean, on the 4 hour time frame, basically the same thing. Like I said, want to see it sweep. If we're going to push down there, then we want to see a sweep here and a reclaim and attempt back up here to the highs. Usually when you take liquidity off of one side, you tend to come down and take liquidity off the other side. If not, actually do a run on liquidity. So a run on liquidity is where you just absolutely break down. Okay. Don't sweep. You just start to break down. I think I will at least turn um, turn this one on at least because I can't really map that one out every time. I'll do the same thing on this time frame where I put this on because I can't always tell. Sometimes it will cross between price action and there's no trend line to be had drawn between price action. You can see that was over right about here. Something else that's been doing okay here in the chart. Arrow seems to be doing pretty good. It's up about 15.2%. Let me see if that moved down much at all here. Arrow. Arrow. Arrow looks pretty good. Pretty good. I like the way Arrow reclaimed in here. Let me see. Yeah, I do like that. Even though it did get a little bit of a whack right there. Arrow's doing pretty good. What do we have here? That must have came from, let me see. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, so it's down here. Why do I have one right here then? If it was all the way down here, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to spread this chart. See me struggling, just struggling. And this chart looks pretty good. You'd be coming into some resistance in here around that 134 to 143, somewhere in here. Be looking for it to get some, act that's a little bit of resistance in here. Zoom out on the daily. Okay. Just want to see how that went for it. Broke back inside the range. It's doing better than Bitcoin, that's for sure. So this was supposed to be a parallel. Anyway, don't need that. Don't need this. So my horizontals are better. All right, so this is looking pretty good. Yeah, going to come into some resistance here, 134 to 143. Let me just check and see what we're looking like. That looks freaking amazing. Amazing. Could get an alligator mouth over here. I like to call them peacock feathers, bird feathers, some sort of a feather. Ooh, jeez. Sorry, I was looking at Zcash. Looking at Zcash over here breaking down. I refuse to take another L. But I'm taking an L right now. L with the stop. Because it doesn't seem to be holding that momentum line either. So could be going lower. Could be going much lower. RSI is looking like trash on Zcash right now. It's looking like absolute trash right now. It's not leaving the pocket whatsoever. It's just staying in there. So no break above, which is what I should have been waiting on, but I want it to be fast. I came on here and I tell you exactly what I would do, and I don't do it. So I break my own rules from time to time. But anyway, this looks pretty nice in here. We'll see how it looks once it comes into resistance. If it falls short like it did over here, if it actually commits through like it did over here. This was some nice commitment through here. Yeah, nice commitment here. Yep. Want this kind of commitment right here. Don't have it fully right here, but we'll see what it looks like once it does manage to make its way up into here. So do expect to come into some sort of resistance in here for Zcash. I'm not Zcash. I got Zcash on my mind, but for Arrow Drone, for Arrow. Oh, it has some beautiful bullish divergence on it as well. Beautiful bullish divergence. Why can't everything just put in the bull div like we want and just go? I mean, that's when it's the sweetest. So nice bull div right here. You can see that bull div right here. Nice bullish divergence between these lows right here. Up, retracement, break below, and that says get in, gal. Get in, gal. It came up and back tested it even, and then got the break up. So love that. RSI coming in looking strong. Do want to see it get outside of there above 70 and ride that 70 higher. That'd be great. Let's show some real strength here for breaking above this point right here and continuing up. Even if it, yeah, that would be great. Want to see that. Definitely want to see that. Want to see the RSI able to get higher than it did over here at this point, which over here it got as high as let's turn that way, 75, 30. Yeah, want to see that if we're looking at this as not holding back as resistance in this point, and then I'll be looking forward to get up here around 185 to 198, something like that, maybe even higher than that, especially if the RSI gets really strong throughout here, gets really strong. Then once it starts to cool off, it'll give it another push to the upside with the bull div. So probably be looking at like uh, um, uh, um, 1, 2. Yeah, could be wave 3. Could be wave 3. And then once it breaks through whatever, it does in here, if it breaks through here, maybe 3 ends here, put in a 4, and then a continuation to 5. Bear div is usually going to come in around that 4 to 5 wave. So yeah, if you get a strong RSI and then you start to see your RSI declining, it's going to be putting in bull divs, and price is just going to keep pushing up on it. That's going to be nice. This looks pretty good. Euro. Let's just say it did that. Just say it did that. I'm no Elliotician, okay? So I'm reaching all the way up here for the 2. That's what I'm going for, over the resistance that can be in here. Or maybe it just gets as high as this right here and call it, 5. Maybe it does that. Let's shoot for the stars, baby. I like the chart. I like it. All right. What else besides Zcash over here dropping down 25%, and I'm down 25%. It's down 25 and I'm down 25. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Look at what we got. Look at what we got here. Looky what we got here. Look at Uni. Okay, so it's time for Dex's to run. Pancake Swap and Uni, and who else could we get in here? I'll tell you who ain't moving right now, and it's just really upsetting me. Jito. Jito is really upsetting me right now. Last time I looked at it, it was down like what, 90 cents or some crap like that. Might be even lower than that at the time. But that one is really upsetting me right now. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so Bitcoin we're going to be looking for that move down, like I stated. If we start to lose the lows in here, we've already got that rejection off of the 60, and we're now below the 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame for Bitcoin. So we could be looking at that that pivot, that support level to be broken, where it was holding support at least. We can be looking for these lows right here to get got. These lows in here can get got. But hopefully we wick and bounce. Hopefully we wick and bounce. I should have opened up a short right there. Should have opened up a short right here. Could have. Sure could have. I just don't like how they did that. Like, imagine being short and then they do that. But these equal tops in here, they're attractive. They're attractive. That's money. The same way we were holding in here, this becomes money. These lows are money. This range low is money. I have to read these things, see which one it is. I don't like using this. I tell you, I don't. I'm basically just looking at my highs. That's all that telling me. You're looking at your highs. If I wasn't using it, I'd probably look at this candle right here. Anyway, beautiful spread here for arrow here on the 1 hour time frame. And again, like I said, I love to use the 60 EMA. It's really a great control point for price action. If I ever see it coming in and not being able to hold that, then it's a whole nother ball game for me. But I love this one, this particular one right here. Yeah, it's a nice spread over here. Looks nice. Starting to get a little toppy here with the wicks as we are attempting to get that push up just into here. Be great. What I was looking at back on the other, yeah, I think it was this point right here. I was looking at that right through here. That explains why it's a little bit wicky in here. So it could already have reached a point where it might want to um, that would scratch whatever I was talking about on the way up. As far as being 5 waves or something like that, that would probably kill the idea of this being a wave 3. Uh, but nothing's bothered here just yet. It still looks nice so far, but it is starting to stall out a bit here with these wicks here. Let me look back at old Zcash. Zek. Looking like a wreck. Barely holding on to the momentum line in here. It's a nice little candle right here, but we'll see how it goes because that was a nice little candle right there. And price made another little swoop down here into it. Again, trend line here. Can wait for it to actually show that it's finding some steam, but relative weakness, 31. Relative weakness. Relative weakness. All right, still holding up over here on Zen. I want to check out Uni since it is up there. I don't think I've ever, actually, I don't know that I've ever reviewed Uniswap's chart. I know I don't have it in my stuff because I wouldn't have crypto. Binance, perpetuals, Tether. Apparently, I have looked at it before, but it was a long time ago. And I didn't take it serious. I can tell this already. There's no way I took it serious. Where's this fib at? Oh, geez. Uniswap did all of this? God dang. Where did this go to? Jeez. Lucky son of a guns who caught this. If you were a buyer of this, you lucky son of a gun. Huh. So this is what arrow looks like at the top right now. Looks just like that. These wicks. Wickety wicks. What we hitting in here? 200 EMA. This was a scary thought right here. This was a scary thought right here. And you have to have had some limit orders set up in here or something, unless you bought this dip right here. Oof. So certainly some nice little lows to consider. Mm-hmm. Oh, my hot coffee. Starting to become warm coffee. Starting to become warm coffee. So hopefully it doesn't come back down here to any of these lows. That would suck. That would suck. Why are you stalling out in here? Besides that, yeah, this looks a lot like if I had to have somewhere in the middle, I guess that would have been it. This right here. It's not too much more if I add that in. For some reason, I just feel like I just want to add this little low in here. Not that it matters. It's already come up here and hit this level in here. But for some reason, I just feel like I'm missing it to not have that in here. I don't know. Just made the area larger though. About $1 difference. And it just feels like I need it to. I don't think Uni's going to get too much further, and if it does, it'd probably be somewhere right here at this next one. So I'm just going to leave it like that. Don't need to put too much more noise on it. So if it does start to reject back down, this is what I was about to say right here, where these momentum lines are at. Just looking at these previous, you see these little dips in here. This right here. This right here. Yeah, I'd be looking for a pullback into this area right here on it. I just want to see how I want it to proceed with that. Let me turn that off. It's this stuff through here though. It is this. see if I can capture. I wanted to get this in here, but that's just a little bit too much of a range. Just a little bit too much of a range, in my opinion. Let me see if that captures all of that. Well, it captures all of it. Yeah, I probably look for something like that. In that case, let's zoom back out. See what we're looking like. Looks pretty decent. Looks pretty decent. Yeah, I'd look for price to come back into here and potentially hold in here. On a continued rejection down. Most certainly don't want to see it back in here if you're under the assumption that uni is looking to go any bit higher. Then I start to look back. I didn't add it in here, but past once it gets past this zone, or can even get to this zone, that'll be the thing. So I'll be looking for a pullback into here. And now here we were looking at this. Did we have a Bollinger breakout? Let's start there. Was it a Bollinger breakup? It was a Bollinger breakout. So here on the daily time frame, we'll want to see it. It has this discrepancy right here already. This was the last discrepancy right here, where it had that discrepancy and it pulled back a little bit more. Okay, but this was where it had a discrepancy and it didn't, and this was where it had a discrepancy. And yeah, I really don't like when I see the discrepancies. But in all, just going along with the main strategy here for the Bollinger Bands is to get stuck inside the trap here. So stuck between SD1 and SD2. If it does start to drop or lose this SD2 here, because it's really strong when it stays outside. Absolutely freaking amazingly strong when it manages to stay outside of here, not coming to close back inside of it. And at the moment, it is still outside of it. If it flips for me, it's still outside of it at the moment. But if it did happen to pull in, and just look to the top side here of this range, pull back in here around 722, somewhere like that, and look for it to continue to stay in that range and push up a bit higher in here, like over here. Look for it to stay inside that pocket. Otherwise, like it's bouncing away now, you want to see that manage to hold. So there's a lot of strength behind this current Bollinger expansion. Okay. We got really close on our low there for Bitcoin. What I've been talking about, pretty close there. That's UNA. But we were hitting what in here? Okay. Yep. Let's just stick to that on Uni. It is a pretty decent looking chart in here. RSI 65. Nice regression break after it got that bull bear div in here. It's a nice little I would have to set it like that. It would have been easier putting it on price action. Sometimes it's just easier to put it on price action. It would have had moments in here where it would have been like that. You would have seen this little break right here, this little one move right there. Then it would have been moved like that. I would have seen it come in and think it's trying to break out, and it's only hitting the 200 EMA and it's chopping, not even breaking above the 50. Then would have moved this again. And you can see how that starts to be a problem. You can see that nice little Bacatesta. If you left it like this would have caught you off guard right here. And it's bear div. Sometimes it don't work all that clean. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's not all that clean. Sometimes it's just cleaner from the first 2 points. From the first 2 points, but that can be late. That can be late. It's not always that clean. Yeah, lots of chop. We'll look at let's see what Bitcoin is doing. All right, Zcash coming back up, back in profits. Jeez, I'm scared to even be in it now. Cake. Let me take a look at Cake, since Cake is only up 3.6%, and if this is about to be the new narrative push right now, it's going to be these dexes. I haven't looked at Cake, and I don't think I've ever looked at Cake. I don't know. I say that and then look at Cake and be like, oh, I've looked at Cake before. Let's see. I've looked at Cake before. This is really old. Really, really, really old. Old. I'm gonna keep these right here. If I can figure out which ones that is. It must be not this, not these. Unlock and get rid of those. Not that. And yeah, it's just these three. I don't like that color. These are so old, but like I said, they work. I don't care. You never have to change these right here. Anything you have to add. I don't like the daily. Period. Point blank. I do not like the freaking daily whatsoever. Four. 4 hour is likable. I don't like Cake. I just don't like Cake. That's the only thing I can say I like about Cake is when Cake did get this sell off in here, I don't like Cake. You can pretty much see that it's sideways though. Just turn those off. See, it's been sideways just based on those two right there alone. A lot of times that can mark a low. This is the daily. This can mark a low. And it can mark a high. This went higher, but it can mark a high. It absolutely went lower. They're not crossing right now. So this isn't too bad. I guess if it holds in here, then it's not too bad. You would want to see it hold this point right here that it managed to reclaim in here. You do want to see it hold there. Seems to be a pretty well-known area through here. So, a lot of breathing room though. Uh, might be a little bit too much breathing room. 240. Certainly wouldn't want to take out this daily low, but if it did, then I'll be looking for some sort of an SFP off of that daily low here for Cake. Obviously, it's not respecting them enough to hold them as support levels all the time. I'll just stick to what I was saying in here. Because it's still it's still neutral in here for Cake. So I'm trying to find a reason to really like this chart, and I can't find one other. I can't find a real reason. Yeah, I don't see one. Unless it's holding like where it is right now, managing to hold, stay afloat, stay afloat of this point right here. If it can stay afloat of this point right here, then sure. Um, but if it's not doing that, I don't see a reason to really want to be in it, and I would not, most certainly not get interested in it at those highs. So maybe another sweep down here. And if I see that, then I would probably get interested in it just for a move back up here to around 320. Outside of that, ugh. Outside of that, uh-uh. Nope, don't like it. Yep, I don't like it. So no cake. Your knee definitely looks a lot better. Oh, Tron is up 1.1%. TRX. I didn't even look back at TRX to see if I was still in the same place. Still in the same spot. Yep, nothing has changed here. Maybe another bear flag. Maybe. Nice little trend break right there. It's the first time. Hmm. Okay. I'm putting in some bear divs. Maybe it pushes back up in here, back test the breakdown level, and then come back one more time before it can go. Um, be looking for some bullish divergence on it. Doesn't have any at the moment. So that's a no. That's a no. For something that's just continued to see these nice, girthy, impulsive candles to the downside and just small little bitty candles to the upside, I would have to see some bullish divergence on it. This just wouldn't do for me. Just wouldn't do. But I can see that here for the little breakout that's happening. I said maybe it gets up into here, back tests and rejects, put in some bullish divvies, which means that the nope, it would have to turn back somewhere in here if it's going to put in the bull div. Because otherwise, you'd be looking for price. Price would be the thing that would break the low in here. So price would put in the lower low, the RSI or whatever indicator that would be used. Let me see. Uh, it's about the only place there is some bull div. It's going to be right here on the, volatility. Bullish divergence here on volatility. Which in that case, I would have did it like that. That first break. but still, maybe it only does that much, but it's bare div. Bare div. Yeah, rejection, come back. Yeah, maybe present inverse head and shoulders could be the play here for TRX here on the daily time frame. Potentially an inverse head and shoulder. So left shoulder developed. Let's say head is here. Then we'd be looking for a right shoulder and then higher low and go. So not looking bad. Not looking bad. And Bitcoin is. And so we almost got that move down here that I was looking for, which is going to be the sweep. We don't have that just yet. Dun, dun. Ethereum pretty much the same energy over here as Bitcoin. It looks a little bit better than Bitcoin because it is holding above the 60 and the 200 over here on the 1 hour time frame, where we are below it on the 1 hour for Bitcoin. So dominance must be down a little bit, and it is. Dominance is down a little bit. We're still holding in here on dominance, and I did adjust these. I think I had these on yesterday, and I did make an adjustment on them as well here. I have the ones for the week, and then I also have the ones for the love you. See you later. Drive safe. I have the ones over here for the monthly. So on the monthly, we are looking pretty good in here on the monthly time frame. It would just be a matter of getting above this point right here now on the monthly. So it's pretty decent in here on the monthly time frame, as opposed to how it was previously here on the monthly. This is pretty nice. This is pretty nice here on the monthly. And you can see, if I were to extend this out, you can see where it bounced around off of that for a minute, broke down, tap danced again before it got above it. So above here is good on the monthly time frame for dominance to potentially push up higher. On the weekly, um, not so much. It is neutral here on the weekly time frame. Dominance looks pretty good in my opinion. Dominance looks pretty good. As long as it's holding this low in here, staying in this cloud until it breaks above, it's pretty good. Look back here at Tether, still holding. Total 2. Solana versus Ethereum. I really don't know why I put this in here. I just want to see where momentum starts to fade once again and how likely it would be. I mean, automatically on the horizontals, I'd be looking down here towards the third 0.039 or 0.40, 0.040 here. 4 cents. 4 cents on a move down. I'll be looking back in here. But obviously, for me, if it starts to break momentum, then there's just like this huge space in between here before it gets to the next point of interest. If it came down and didn't hold in here, I just started to look down here for it. It does still have that squeeze in here on it. I guess it would be like it was, just kind of looking back at it over in here. When it broke this momentum in here, I would have, assumed maybe it comes back down here to this point right here and look for it to hold. But, it went much further to the point where when I did look at the chart, this is where we were. And I was like, it looks like it could be getting ready to reverse in here, which was the same thing as, saying it hit resistance in here at this point. So I'm up pretty good on Zcash. I might want to close this out right here. I'm gonna wait. This is the first time. This is the second attempt of it getting above. Second attempt where it broke above the SD1. So I'm gonna give it a minute right here, but I'm up on it. So I'll move my stop on it. I will do that. Move my stop for the low of that candle. All right. So you can see why it looks the way it looks against Ethereum. Against Ethereum. Needs to reclaim back above here. To consider any hope for it. So USDT dominance is pushing, which means Bitcoin is getting a little bit closer to seeing if we can get that swing fail here out of the low of the 4-hour range. Right now, volume is declining on this push down. The 4-hour again, the 4-hour just kind of looks exhausted. I am still, being hopeful that it can, just take liquidity and get the pop back up here, but it looks exhausted. And now the 15-minute is starting to look a little, it's okay. It's all right. It's also going to be where it breaks the very important to that 4-hour. Sorry about that. Increase in volume on the push down. It doesn't look good on the 4 hour. It doesn't look good on the 4 hour. Let me just say that. I'll tell you one thing that I look at on the 4 hour time frame that I don't trade with or don't show over here. It's going to be the CCI. When I can look at the CCI and I can see that the signal line for the CCI is sitting all the way at the top of the bands of the bands, then it doesn't look good for Bitcoin, and that's how it's sitting right now. So it's never, and I'm gonna show you an example of that. It's never a good look when I see that. So now I'm just gonna have a bunch of other stuff on here. Uh, um, let's go with CCI, just commodity channel index, and I'm gonna put this. I think I already have it preset for those settings. Yeah, so I used the 20 on it here. Whenever it's sitting at the top like this, it's not good for the 4 hour. It is not good for the 4 hour because what happens is this. Now, sometimes it could stall out here at the 50 and be absolutely fine. But a lot of times this will reset all the way back down here to the low. And so price just continues to bleed out on the 4 hour time frame. Here's another example right here. You can see how it broke below the signal in here and how it doesn't even start to be presentable until it gets all the way down here to the lows down here. Now this was at the 50, which is a little bit different, okay? But nonetheless, that's bad. I don't like that. Here's another example right here. It's all the way up here at the highs. You are sitting here waiting for this white line here to get its behind all the way back down here to the low of the channel. Don't like it. I don't like it. Now here's an example of where it stalls out at the 50 and you manage to get the move up. So I don't like when I see it all the way out here like this. When I see it up here, it could be a long bleed out on the 4 hour time frame. A long bleed out. But it's just as good when you see it see this long bleed out. This long freaking bleed out. I hate it when I see it. I hate it when I see it. I'm not in Bitcoin at the moment, but I hate it when I see this on the chart. I hate it. So, I mean, absolutely hate it. It's just as beautiful when you see it down here at the lows and you're looking for it to ride all the way up here to the top. When it's at the lows and you're looking for it to ride all the way up to the top. I mean, it's just as nice when you see it like that. But it scares me when I see it up here like that. It scares me. So we did just sweep that low. I can tell it, and I can see we're bouncing off of it just ever so slightly. But the 4 hour says it's not good. That's what the 4 hour reads. It's not good. And whatever bounce, if it was to get a bounce, it'd be lackluster, and it would continue to move to the downside. That's what the 4 hour reads. With brutal honesty. So I use that. I use it when I trade on Blowfin. Otherwise, I don't use it here on the stream, on the chart, or anything like that. But yeah, I I don't like that. I don't like it one single bit. One bit. We'll see. We'll see. At times for me, it can trump my RSI. Like it used to be that I didn't even use the RSI. I just used CC only. That was it. I just used the CC. Um, RSI just wasn't so much of a thing for me. I was really big on the CC. So I do the same thing when I'm over here on the RSI, where I look for this yellow line right here to cross into the lows and then cross back up into the highs, and know that I don't want to still be in it. I want to be looking at TP if this is all the way up here, because then that could start your cascade of rolling over. Look for it to come all the way back down to the dipped low, and then look for this to swing all the way back up and back down. But it's like over here. It's all the way at the highs. You want to be trying to take some profit or something, because if it does start to break down below it, then that can be it for you. That can be it. Roll all the way down with it, whatever. Roll all the way down, looking to be long until it rises all the way back up here into the green. The CC, it can overshadow this at times. A lot of times, actually, can overshadow this. This is still relatively down here at the lows, but like I said, CC can very much overshadow this RSI one. Um, so I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, guys. I'm so sorry. Not feeling it. Hmm. Not the kind of reaction I wanted to see right here either. And we're so many hours, like we're 2 hours out, like 2.5 hours out on that 4 hour candle closure. So, hmm. This is cutting through price. I probably need to switch it off on that one and put it on this one. No, that's cutting through price too. They're all cutting through price for the most part. I'll go with the fast one for now. sunny days. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street? Should have taken a short. Mhm. Should have taken a short. Just hear my phone make all these noises. I'm in this group chat with my family. If for some reason we did get a bounce up, I would consider getting into the short. I should have thought about it on that push right there up. I really should have thought about it right here since we were, because we're on stream. Should have really thought about that. It's really just thinking about, what I was saying about price getting in here and doing a sweep and go right now. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. It's at the low for, and we did look at that. It's at the low for the 1 hour as well here. Let me make sure. Let me see how far away it is. It could have tapped it slightly off. Slightly off, but you did see we broke momentum here to the downside and here. And I really don't need this one anymore, which means I'm really looking here. It could cross back up. It could. Ew. Crossing back up. It'll do this first. This is so thick. Tell you what, I turn that off. I just put on the fast. I'll turn this off. Turn that one on. I guess the main one would be like that, because obviously I knew that that would get broken. Get there. Oh boy. All right, so Meta did fall off and come back down as low as 620. 620. Since we're getting closer to market open, we did fall back in, come back down here into the zone. Remember yesterday we got the back test here of this trend line here, and we bounced away. But now we're all the way back down here into the support zone in here. Like I said, it got as low as 620. So inside bars at the moment, which means momentum is cooling a little bit here as we get ready to move into market open. And it's just the top side here of the gap. So there's a gap here that's kind of acting as support a little bit at the moment. We didn't feel the gap fully, but the top side of the gap is acting as a little bit of support at the moment here for Meta. Gonna hope that this this hammer candle right here is the low. Gonna hope that that was it. That was two of the, I mean, it was looking, you know, the measured move is a bit lower. Than the max pain. You have the dark pool down here around 590. I really like for that to be the low though. Let's see what happened over here. Nothing changed in here. This was about how it was looking at one point earlier. Nothing's really changed there for gold either. No major changes here on Amazon either. I can put it on the 16. Yeah, no major changes per se. And one of our pin zones here around 195. For NVIDIA. Yeah, nothing much has changed throughout here. So this did get a little bit worse. The circle. Just a little bit. Ay, 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 ay. Aside from that, I don't have anything on here, but it's definitely in neutral. Definitely in neutral. Mm. See how this goes today. Alright, so far RSI low is holding. Range low, the 4 hour, we're holding a little bit in here. Still doesn't look good. And like I said, it's not going to be the best performing day. I can't say that it would be simply because it's bank holiday, which means, still be missing some money in traditional market, or let me just say big money. I'm thinking big money wants to play around like that. So be looking for a midweek reversal. Mm-hmm. Seen some things on Netflix that I can't wait to really watch. I started watching this show last night. It's called Bad Influencer. It's pretty good. I like it. And then there's one about Roxanne. I didn't watch that one yet. I actually was gonna start watching it, and then the boyfriend was like, "I really want to see it too. Can we watch it later?" And then I was knocked out, so didn't watch it. There haven't been any good movies, no good movies that I can think of to just sit and watch. Um, Nothing. And I haven't watched Bollywood movies in forever, which probably would find something good there. It'd just be a long movie. Mostly everything is like reality television shows and documentaries. A lot of documentaries on Netflix, unless it's just showing up in my feed because I watched them. um, I tried to watch this show called Monster. I think it's called Monster. It just started to go left for me. At some point, they started doing these flashback stuff, and it just wasn't making any sense. So, um, yeah. And flashback is usually good, but for some reason, it was just all off on that show. There's a bullish divergence on the MACD here on the 15-minute time frame. That's about it. It's nothing here down here on momentum, but I can see it here on the MACD right here. You can see the bullish divergence there. Or potential bull dip. Let me just put it like that. Currently, it is a higher low. So aside from this higher low through here, aside from that, because obviously, you know, this is going down, this is going up. I just don't think that we're gonna do it like I assumed that we could do it, which was get the sweep and bounce. We're moving real slow in here already, so it just doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. So nice volume here to the downside as well. 2 hours on that 4 hour candle close, and it just looks like more downside on the 4 hour. So I don't think that's gonna work out, guys. Unfortunately, don't think it is. It's a second attempt here for Zcash. It is above the line, which means it's also above SD1 at the moment. Just waiting on that follow through to take place here. It's price action. I said probably see. So we reacted somewhere around these lows in here. Probably, back into 529. Has some sort of potential resistance. Then we'll see what happens from there. Yep, so that is what we look like. Still relative weakness here, or neutral. No, we're not even neutral. We're still in relative weakness here on the RSI. 37. Let's see what that other, this thing right here. I don't even care about this. This is looking, awful. Just freaking awful. So this is doing good. Zen is doing good from where we've seen the break above here on Zen. Still in neutral on the RSI, but nonetheless, Zen looks nice from where it did. With its second attempt here at the SD2. Let me see it from the 2-hour. Yeah, that's freaking great right here. That's great. That close right here, that was perfect. Nice little back test on it too. That was good. And we're looking for the push into here. Possible rejection back here. But if it does manage to break through here, reclaim above this momentum line here, this trend line in here, then be looking forward to getting here to around that 14. See what that's landing at here, because this candle is about to close in about 5 minutes. It's a good little scalp. If nothing else, it was a good scalp. You can even see the higher low on the Bollinger here. Lower low on price, higher low on the Bollinger. The bull div in here. Sometimes you can see it real clear on here. Sometimes you can't. But yeah, you can see it with the bullish divergence here. Let's see what this does. See what this does. If it's about to turn into an onion and bloom for Zen. Well, it's already hit SD2. They didn't let it push up any higher. Not yet. Not yet. But this 2-hour could give something different. Like I said, 2-hour can. I'm watching Bitcoin. I'm watching it. And then, yeah, Monero. Still trading in that pocket. This drops all the way back down, then it probably will hit the 786. Or if it's not going to sweep the low down here, then it probably just tap that SD2 if it comes down to that. This is that Zen Horizon. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to start leaving one of these lines on. Just one, if nothing else. I have to start leaving one on. I'll leave the fast one on. At least that way I can see that I don't need to draw my line across here and hit that when this is all the way up here. Just goes to show me some continuation. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's just try and I can take this away actually because I have that on. It's 2 hour. 2 hours. So that's what we did. It came up and it tapped. Tap, 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 tap. Might be an indication that I need to go off of the 20 SMA. I didn't want to. I most certainly did not want to, and I wanted to avoid having to draw the trend line up to here. That might be the case. That it has to get a mean revert. That could be what it is. We'll leave it as such, but it's quite extended. All right, Bitcoin opening with a nice little 1 hour candle. We'll pop back over here and take a look at that. I won't take my eyes off of Zcash. But it's a nice little opening over here. It was nice the way this candle closed, at least here on the 1 hour time frame. Let's see. Still underneath the resistance in here. So you see where we got this momentum pop out, these lows in here. We're still underneath the resistance at this point. And let's just put a number on that so we all know what it is. Let me stretch it out a little bit more. Well, we can see it, 104,706. I mean, you started out all right with that candle open. Started out all right with that candle open. Nothing yet. Mm-mm-mm. This could be a solid short, even from here. You know, sometimes you can short the lows, or short what you think is the bottom. If that RSI starts falling below that 30, Yeah, that can be a good short. Can be a good short. I'd rather take the short higher. Um, but if it starts rolling underneath that 30, that can be just as good. That is extreme. That is some real weakness, extreme weakness. Yep, that's exactly what that would be. What do I have in here? Goodbye. Probably keep that one on here. Oh gosh, here we go with this again. Zcash is struggling to come out of relative weakness. That's my issue with Zcash at the moment. Is it is struggling to leave relative weakness. So I'm gonna zoom out on the 2 hour at this point. I'm no longer gonna use the 1 hour here. Um, I just can't, or I just have to consider the fact that I got this wrong and I need to move it. Yeah, I might have to consider the fact that ooh, it's trying to round out here at the lows. I know I don't have you on that chart. I got you stuck on Bitcoin. Ugh. Look at this again. Okay. Still say it's trying to bottom out. This can get bad. So we can all tell we're at a crossroad. We could not, if we do bounce here, we could not get any higher than, yeah, exactly what we're looking at right here. That 105, 105.2, 105.1, something like that. Yeah, it could be no more than that. those don't become a thing. And this could be a good short. Even as a trend line breaker to the downside, that could actually be a good short. Oof. Ethereum starting to slip over here now. It's starting to slip below there. Solana was already a little bit grimy. Yeah. Solana was already, Solana's about to get a full flip. Solana looks, it's about to get a full flip right here. Just the ones that I use anyway. I don't know what it looks like on a full spread, but this is good enough for me. Solana right now would need to get back above here, back above the resistance lows in here. Have to get back above the resistance lows in here. Actually needs to get back above that. In here, probably just hit these lows in here. Dang. Dang. Anyway. I think when I was talking about it the other day, I was talking about it trying to hold the points in here where we came up and it was resistance and we finally broke above it. Wanted to come back and make sure it held that support, and you can see momentum sped up right below it. And this was the one before, prior, when we were coming in and we were hitting it as resistance in here, resistance right there, and then here we broke above it. Right in here, we broke above it. A little hammer candle right there. So I guess we start to look down here at this low. If it does lose the slow in here, Solana is probably just go back to where it was before. It could, or maybe a little bit lower. If I'm saying keeps 97.5 to 95,000 on your radar, just in case Bitcoin does decide it's actually going to go down there, because it is some points of interest. Like we've discussed, it is some points of interest down there for Bitcoin. So if the worst comes to happen, then that's what I would be looking for Bitcoin. Anybody who's been long this entire time here on Bitcoin, at least around the $100,000 level, like you should have taken some profit. You should have. At any of the call out points, the 105, we didn't make it to the 108 or the 110, but the 105 should have been the take profit spot. Doesn't require taking all, but it definitely requires locking in some some profits. All right, Z. Thank you. Thank you, Z. Try it again. Try it again. All right. I moved it. I moved the goalpost. I moved the goalpost. It popped up there pretty nice and then it rejected again. But I can see that it is trying to hold these lows in here. It's just it's cringy. It's cringy. It can be hard, man. It can be very stressful at times. It can be stressful at times. Sometimes it's fun. I'm sitting here laughing, then other times I'm sweating. No, it should never be sweating. You should be comfortable with your position size and your loss. Otherwise, it's too much. And just say, I don't like it. But I moved it. I said, let me just look for some sort of a mean revert instead. So I moved it off of here, and it just felt easier for me to justify because I don't know, the one just started to get a little choppy. This is the second attempt right here, which is great, and I can see it trying to hold the lows down here. It's actually a little bit higher. It's more towards this low right here, this little wick right here. It's more towards that. But that can take a while. This rounding out, if it's trying to round out, that can take a while. Yet waiting on it. Yet waiting on it. But this is indicating a mean revert here because of the squeeze in here. So every time it's pushing back up into here, coming towards it, it has the potential of putting in some sort of a bear div until get a clean mean revert flip here. So hopefully that'll happen. Shorts finally won, boy. Shorts are finally winning on Zcash. Finally winning. All right, Bitcoin. Trying to show a little bit of change of momentum in here. This is the fast momentum in here, so know that this can swing a lot right here as we were continuing to try to hold, our low in here. But this is fast, so it can swing a lot. I wouldn't pay attention to it when it's like this. Usually it's some sort of a squeeze when it gets really choppy, but when you have clean spreads, a clean spread, it's more reliable than when you see it whipping through, which is why I turned off the yellow one, because it's just cutting through, just showing that it's consolidation. And we can see that on the chart already. So yeah, it can get choppy. But anyway, momentum is rising in here, which is good to see. Rise in the momentum down here from the lows. But if we break, guys, and I think that the push up could just be it'll just be lackluster is what I'm thinking right now. At least until that 4-hour candle can show something different, which the market is about to open. And again, it's a bank holiday, so be missing some big money here. I think the swings today would be just as easy as a Saturday or a Sunday or a Monday. Zach is still above the daily level. He just had some award show. I can't think of what it is. I know Justin Bieber got nominated for an album of the year or something like that. Anyway, I want Justin to win if he didn't. I think they've already announced. I think that he should. It was him, Sabrina Carpenter, from my understanding. What's his name? Kendrick Lamar. Who else was in that lineup? Oh my gosh, I can't think of everybody. I would say it was Sobe Justin. Sobe Justin's album. It, his album is just it's just good. Like I hadn't listened to a single song that I didn't like on his album. Like some people make good hits, and that's what I would say about Kendrick. Like he writes good songs. He hasn't had a whole album that I've actually liked. Not a whole album. But Justin loved it. Sabrina Carpenter, not really. I mean, a little. I mean, I like Sabrina. I like Sabrina, but I think that this album right here is not the one to be giving her flowers on. Like she's had some better albums that just where she didn't get her flowers on where she deserved them, but yeah, it's not this one for me. In fact, let me Google. Let me Google who was all in that. Who was it? It was the Grammys. Who all was in this for 2025? 2025, 2024? Hell no. And Taylor Swift album sucked. It just did. Beyonce got album of the year. Huh. Oh, it's just in. No, this isn't the one. It must not have been the Grammys then, because this doesn't include Justin. This is Andre 3000, Beyonce, Sabrina Carpenter, Charlie, XCX, Jacob Collar, Billie Eilish. I love Billie, but I haven't listened to an album of hers. Chaperone. No, this was somebody else because I think Tyler the Creator was also in this lineup, so it couldn't have been the Grammys. And Taylor Swift was also nominated on this album of the year thing. Okay, Beyonce got it. I most certainly wouldn't have given it to Andre 3000. Um, and I haven't really listened to anybody else's album. I know who I wouldn't have given it to. I know that much. Oh, let me see what Justin got. Was it best album? He received 4 Grammy nominations in 20 swag. Album of the Year, Best Pop Vocal Album, and 2 individual tracks. I love Yukon. Oh my gosh, I love that song, Yukon. Oh, mm-mm. I hear the weekend got snubbed again. Now, if it's somebody that delivers, the weekend definitely delivers. And he just keeps getting snubbed. Mm. Dang, Justin is 31 years old now. He's getting up there. Jeez, 31. Oh my gosh. He's still young. I didn't realize he was in his 30s at this point. Wow. Interesting. Oh, somebody else who always delivers is Ed Sheeran. Oh my gosh. He doesn't miss. He does not miss. But at this point, oh, Bitcoin just couldn't hold. Look at that. Just couldn't do it. Just couldn't do it. At this point, I'm just gonna have to say though, Kendrick Lamar is a little overrated at this point. At this point, he's a little bit overrated. The songs are a little bit overrated at this point. He's got tracks I like, but it's yeah. Big Brother pushing a little too hard right now. Whoever Big Brother is, with all the money to make this happen. So, mm-mm, mm-mm. Guess we'll try this again with a little bullish divergence. See if we can get that here on Bitcoin. Market just opened, so that could have some impact on it. But like I said, it's not enough money in the market at the moment. Still making that attempt over here on Zcash. Still attempting. I'm still in the long for the moment. I could have cut it real quick coming back into those lows. I didn't. It's just it's a nuisance to sit here and hold, and as it tries to grip these lows down here, trying to hold the lows down here. It's a nuisance to be in it. Mm-hmm. Don't think we're gonna make it. I don't need this volume in here. Take that away. Some nice yellow liquidity down around 103.3. Down here around 103.3, which is back down here around this low point down in here. Yep. Mm. Zcash is back in sync with Bitcoin for the most part at the moment. It is back in sync with Bitcoin. Yeah, I need to look at that. Big drop here on for the stock market. Anyway, big drop here. We looked at it earlier. What we did see was breaking the trend line here, the little trend line there, horizontal line there, actually horizontal line here for Circle. So, like I said, Circle is not looking too good. If it wasn't going to get above here, it really increases the chances of it getting down here around this 85, $80, 85, $80. Puts me at a big loss on Circle. I'm not going to buy anymore unless it gets down there. I suppose then I'll look at adding something onto that position that I'm in, just to kind of minimize or to bring down my average cost on it. I am I'm so out of the money. I got a little bit too excited in here when I could see this push right here was going to happen. I got really excited. I could have shaved out some profits in there, but I didn't. It is a spot bag. So I guess that wasn't the urgency for it. Not thinking that we were actually going to fulfill some sort of head and shoulders formation by any means necessary. Was I thinking that? And now, just know it's a magnet drawing price down here. That's for sure. And this earnings coming up, Netflix continues to look delicious. Continues to look delicious as we looked at it before. And again, Nvidia around that 195 pin. Some reason I got an interest point down around 130, something like that. I'm not saying that that's where it's about to go. already, but I do have. Oh, actually, I got some interest lower than that. This, but right now we are pinned in between about that 200 to 180. I'm going to say 210. 210. We just have to keep holding here long enough to get some sort of momentum to get us to push back up here. But like I said, I think the move back up here could end up being lackluster and not doing what I was expecting for it to do. Because if it was going to do it, it would have done it on the 4 hour already. I wouldn't have to sit here and wait for a 4 hour candle to close to see if any sort of momentum is going to come in here for Bitcoin. So it's a little bit annoying to know that. Yeah, if it was going to happen, it would have done so already. This even suggests that means that it would come lower, or it has the potential to even push lower and not do that. The golden pocket is still sitting in here. It is still something to consider. I took it off the table. I just didn't feel like it was going to be. And draw it off of this one for starters. I just didn't feel like if that's lining up with the squeeze point, then I can just delete that and just focus on this. I just didn't feel like it was a. I know that this puts us um, below everything we need to hold in here, which is why I took it off the table. We could get down here, start to go sideways for a little while, and then get a push up. Otherwise, 4 hour looks nasty. 4 hour looks nasty. I don't like it. Let me see how far down. At least off of this 4 hour. How low down that is. And if I clone it, how low down that would be. Just from where it is. That low was there. It's another, say, 6% down. And then here, we'll say, we'll just call it 9. It's a huge move. It's a huge move. Now, from this low, it's not so bad. It's like 4% off of that low. Mm. It's obviously a clear violation of that momentum line, obviously. So that is what it is now for Bitcoin. Got liquidity around these lows. And then Perhaps we back test where that golden pocket was sitting at, and the previous resistance point, the place at which if price is above here, then money is more likely, or market makers are more likely to add um, to buy on the dips. But below here, they're more likely to sell it off. I'll be looking to see how that works coming back up into this. Eh. That's it. Can always short. You can sometimes short here, especially RSI starts looking garbagey, which it is below 30. It's relative weakness. Yep, sweet. I suppose somebody's trying to do like an SFP right here, but that's total garbage. It's total garbage. It's not even a bull div. At least not on this 15. Let me drop down to a 5 and see what we're looking like. Okay, so we are putting in bullish divergence on the 5-minute time frame. And I don't care for the bull div here on the 5-minute. You can see how we got the bear divs in here. Like we're downtrending. You can see the bear divs in here on this 5-minute time frame, which is why there's no success in this move here up. Could actually put a trend line across this point here. Or just look at it as it is with this 10. Price isn't even getting above the 10. Yeah, we broke momentum on the 15. We broke momentum on the 1 hour. We're now coming down to see if we can hold the RSI momentum on the 4 hour time frame, but it's pretty much broken. Uh, yeah, it's broke. So no swing here out of this zone. Obviously, we fully broke it with this candle right here. No more bounces off of it. It's just gone. Liquidity again. Some liquidity down here below these lows in here, but still down here. Doesn't look like this is going to be actual bounce zone or anything either. Continuation. That would be about a 44, 43 on the 4 hour time frame. I don't need that anymore. I'll keep this one right here just in case. Just in case we can, get a reaction there. But see if that hopium holds here at the squeeze. The squeeze. Oof, it's awful. This really wasn't looking bad. This was not looking bad. I just don't want that long line. We still never took that 98.2 liquidity right there either, like we did with some of those altcoins. We'll see, guys. We'll see. See. I doubt we're looking to flip that into support. That's why I omitted it. I really doubt that we're looking to do that. Nope, not phased by that little bounce. I'm gonna short this. Not yet. Might have been the point right there to short it. I'm putting in for me a little delivery, and it tells me that the delivery is free. And then it gives me all of these delivery fee charges. Like I thought it was free, like it read free, and then I got every delivery fee that was possible: service fee, taxes and fees, and every other fee. Like that's I could just go to the store myself. I have to pay $10 in fees and tip. and pay for my order, which is just one item. One. I can just walk across the street. Instacart. Yeah, I don't know what this was. It did manage to recover back above what it needed to hold that support. It still hit resistance at that point, and I could see it doing it as well. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's just getting deeper and deeper in the in this. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. Put it on 30. Some news come out or something. The reason why we're getting extremely choppy down here at this low. Hmm. See the sell off over here. Hmm. See if there's any sort of news. Beyond Meat had their. I think we looked at Beyond Meat's chart. They did have their earnings. It wasn't as bad as as I probably would have expected for it to be. It wasn't. They didn't. Wasn't good. It wasn't strong or anything like that. But it wasn't. It wasn't absolutely terrible. Just wasn't. I don't see anything up to date here in terms of news. Let me see. It's time for me to get out of here. Like I said, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin's 4 hour time frame. I would look for more downside. Again, the idea that I gave um, of price dropping in here on the 4 hour time frame and getting the bounce away, it doesn't look like it's going to produce any sort of a strong move if Bitcoin manages to hold its low down here, like less than an hour out now from that 4 hour candle closing and the new candle opening. It doesn't look like it's going to fulfill what I was looking at and potentially break into the upside. Not whatever happened over here yesterday with the liquidity grab and the inducing buyers to, people to get long in here and absolutely fail them. Not that an actual full flip, a real breakout here where you can see it with some strong momentum taking place here. That's what I'm talking about. Not where the RSI comes up and it's not even crossing into extreme into euphoria. It's not even crossing into euphoria. It just didn't. It didn't do it. It's still lower than the highs over here that it put in. Not that. I don't see it right now. The 4 hour just looks like it wants to reset. The daily time frame was looking decent, and now I'm not so sure about the daily time frame at this point. So um, I'm just bearish on Bitcoin's chart right now. Right now, just based on my experience with seeing that on the 4 hour time frame. With the commodity channel, just based on my experience of seeing that, it doesn't look good to me. Hopefully, I'm wrong. It just doesn't look good to me. So um, until the market can show some relative strength, I'm just going to have to lean bearish in the moment here. That this might just be uh, might just sell off. That's all I can think about is that it just might sell off, and you can press your luck here at the return here, the golden pocket, which is going to be down here where the squeeze zone is. You can press your luck there. If it doesn't look like it's up to par on the 4 hour time frame, then I'm going to stay bearish on it, even if it does get little bounces in between on the move down. I just won't see it. And I think that it would continue down. You saw what we look like here with the EMAs here. This isn't looking good. Like we're breaking, we're below here. This could all start to flip and then give a continuation move down. I don't like it. I don't like it now. If it got a quick reaction here, that would have been something different. Then I could have been looking for what I was saying up here, get the break out of here, out of the top side, and look for a move in here to the 110. But that's just not the vibes I'm getting from it at the moment. Maybe we put in some bullish divergence here on the daily time frame. Maybe that'll be the base case. We put in some bullish divergence here on the daily. We had this little small bull div, which wasn't much, but you can see right here where we have the higher low at right here. This little small, that was it. That's what we had in terms of bullish divergence. So maybe we come down and we put in some actual bullish divergence here. Something that we can really see, not something we have to squint our eyes for. And that was the hopium we had at the time, rejection at the 200 EMA. That's what we got. We got a rejection here at the 200 EMA. Can probably scalp one of these positions down here. You can probably scalp with liquidity being taken here. You can probably scalp, if we drop down into this as well. But at this point, I'm really thinking that we do more, more like that 97.5. It seems to be more prevalent. Let's see. It's 98. Yeah. And that interest around 95,000 just continues to grow. So 97.5, 95. I mean, just remember, the rest of this can just be noise right now. 4 hour looks bad. Looks bad. Everything prior that I discussed prior about Ethereum and Solana on the higher time frame, on their weekly, that's going to remain the same. Which for Ethereum is going to be this. So you can look back at the post that I did on this right here. For Ethereum, it's going to remain this right here. Just looking back here inside this zone or whatever notes I have written up here for it. Solana, same. What I have in here on Sol and just where Solana's price came back into. This all looks the same to me at the moment. If it starts to get worse, then it would be down here. Notes over here. I continue to, see what we're looking like here on USDT dominance as well. It's just the inverse of Bitcoin, basically. But this is now acting as a support zone for it. It's holding the range in here on the daily time frame, and if this is just sweeps of the low for price to go up and it breaks out of here, then we'd be looking at a much more painful Bitcoin, which is why I keep saying, keep 97.5 in mind, keep 95,000 in mind. It's a strong strike price, okay? 95 is a strong strike, the largest strike price, okay? Biggest hedge positions down there. What else? I personally think dominance it looks nice. Personally, from a higher time frame perspective, I think so. If dominance remains to hold above this cloud, I mean, likely everything else will bleed out with it if Bitcoin goes down. Mainly everything else will probably bleed out with it. This is on a daily time frame, but yes, I have to say, as long as it's above 59.69, dominance is strong. Despite these rejections, it just needs a little bit. That's all it needs. Zcash is starting to get a little bit more comfortable in here with maintaining the lows in here. I am seeing another little indication that it's trying to find some strength. Um, Trying to find some strength in here now. Like I said, I moved the goalpost on it. Was no longer focusing here on the SD1. I'm gonna focus more so on the mean revert here on the 1 hour time frame. But the 1 hour is starting to look a little bit better. Hopefully it doesn't. It can still come back down here. I'm hoping that it doesn't do that, but it is starting to look a little bit better. Still in relative weakness, as you can see. We're not even, staying above or even just getting above 40. This was the last time price got above, the RSI got above 40 was back over here, or whatever this situation here was. But it hasn't been above 40. It hasn't, nope, hasn't done it. So it has remained in relative weakness. And we can start to hold neutral. That's going to be pretty decent. But a mean revert on the 1 hour time frame will come with a bear div. Let me just say that. So 50 RSI will come with a bear div. And this looks the best out of all of them so far. But no actual commitment that I can see in here. Like, I don't like this part right here. Uh, I don't like that part right there, but we'll see what this wants to do. Is maybe on another time frame. This tends to come back in, and it's already got some dojis right here. But this absolutely looks better than. I'm gonna get to a place to where I'm only trading if I see a V shape. That's it. It has to squeeze first, and then I'm only gonna play it on that breakout, and then that's gonna be it. Gonna be in and out real quick, real quick. That's what I'm about to start doing. I wanna play something like this right here and just be in and get out. Like, oh, you coming back in? I'm done. I don't need to ride you all the way up. I don't need any of that. I'm good. Maybe we pin in price here into that 4 hour candle. It might be just pinning price here, like I said, around here, just pinning it until that next 4 hour candle. But I'm not enjoying it. I got a slight little bull div right there. We keep getting these little petty bull divs. Like, you got to squint to see this. We have to squint to see this. Look at that. This is a lot of work. I've been on here too long. I'm usually gone by now. I really appreciate you coming by to chills with me. I'm gonna do better in my posts because right now I'm just not seeing it. It's just not here. It's not here. I will look through and see what might be performing a little bit better. I tend to usually do that sometimes, but I haven't done that here recently where I'll just look over here and see, like, find something over here. Actually, I want to be on stock. Be on crypto right here. Try to find something in here. I like to go off of technicals. Let's go with the RSI. Go with that. Put it on the 15-minute. Add that filter. And then let's see. I don't want to change that. What the heck? Why am I not? Oh. Let's see. Let's be above. Hold on. What is happening here? No, I don't want value. I don't know why it's not coming up the way I usually look at it. 14 day, I don't know. Like cancel. I don't know why it's looking like this. I'm usually just able to hit the drop down. Get off of here. Let me see what's happening. Let me see if I do it like this. See, I have my option over here. For some reason it's not coming up. I'm gonna do it on a 15-minute. Add the filter. I don't see my options, and that's bothering me. I do not see my options. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's go crossing up. See, it's not okay. I don't know why it's not. It's I don't know. I don't know. I don't know right now. It's trying to make me look crazy though. I usually just come over here and do this, and I have 0 issues. And today it's an issue. Today it's an issue. And then when I click down, I'm able to just tell it. I can't do it right now, so I don't know. I have no idea right now what's going on. Hmm, it's weird. Anyway, I will see if I can't figure that out, and then look at some stuff. I might just have to do it from another platform. See if I can't find something in here that looks pretty decent. Like I said, Zcash is trying to shape up right now, so that one's looking a lot better. Can see the change in how it's holding here now. You can definitely see the change in how it's holding here now. Um, so it's looking better here in this 1 hour time frame. And Bitcoin, yeah, it is what it is. And anything starts to look like it's a go, I'm gonna keep it simple. That way, I don't hold anybody up with being able to. If you're interested in taking a position or whatever, I'm gonna make sure this absolutely clear that it's gonna be a good position to get into. Um, and I just message something out. Simple. Bitcoin reversing, something like that. Bitcoin, it's a good entry. Something like that. By the time I finish typing something up, it'll probably be two. I'll be stuck. I'm not a good typer, first of all. Then I have to go in and do all the editing and stuff like that on my messages. But it doesn't look good right now. All right. So, like I said, it doesn't look good right now. Don't look good. You can always use your commodity channel, like I said. It could be a long road to the downside for Biddy. Based on that, you either be looking for it to pause out around the 50 or continue down towards the low around 100 on a commodity channel on a 4 hour. Because it don't look good. So I would do that. And like I said, my setting when I do use it, it's 20. It's 20. I don't know what the preset settings usually are. Let me see what the preset settings are. Preset setting 14. 14 is what they usually have it set at. I don't do the 14. I do the 20. That's just how I'm used to seeing it. It's a little bit of a longer time span. I like it like that. You can go with 14. 14. You can go with 14 for sure. Doesn't look like it's too big of a difference. I like 20. So I run mine on 20. I run mine on 20. Yeah, it don't look good. I'm gonna start to get interested in it again once this right here is done rolling over, at least below the 50. If it breaks below the 50, it doesn't have to break all the way out here out of the lows or anything like that. But I do want to see it get relatively close to the lows down in here. Want to start to see it get relatively close towards the 100, and then look to see what I'm looking like down here, whether or not momentum is starting to switch gears like it is in here before it gets to cross up. Every now and then you can get a perfect entry off of a cross up. Whether you take it off of the CC coming back above the 100, or whether you wait for a signal cross or something like that. Really, your support, be wanting to watch that, see where you're at in terms of support levels um, with this. But for me, this is just going to continue to roll over. And it won't be until this, like I said, starts to get something like that. So this could get bad. It can get bad. This to me looks like price action is somewhere down here sweeping the liquidity from here, or possibly tapping that 97.5. That's what it looks like to me. All right, with that said, I am out. I appreciate you. I love you. And catch you on the next stream.